Good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another stream. Let's see. Now, first of all, thank you so much to Mighty Morph and Basic for congratulating me on the partner anniversary. I think it's 8 years? 8 or 9 years? 9 years. Hey, Mark, good to be. I'm wondering, hang on, let me just check. So it's been, what, 91 months? Yeah, it must be 8 years now. Yeah, 8th anniversary. Thank you so much, guys, for reminding me. So, well, that's a fast pushback. Then let me say hello to Mark, my dear friend. Fuzzle, hello. Lido, hello. Airbus, hello to you as well. So, Mighty and Wolf, Dennis, Basil, thank you so much. Ollie B, hey. Thank you so much, Ollie. And on YouTube, hello to Axel, Holger, Moin Moin, Lewis, and Aviamar. Hello to you guys. Right, yeah, so today back to English language. Yesterday we did a very nice German language live stream. Had some great questions, some great discussions. James, I'm doing well. How are you? And AC, I see. Hello to you. Right, today we are flying the fly-by-wire A380. Now, yesterday when I was flying the 737 iFly Max, there were a couple of A380s flying along to Marseille, and I thought, man, you know what? I need to fly the A380 again. See how the progress is going here. Hey, Luke. Cool. All right. So here we are in the flight deck of this huge bird, and then let's get the batteries on, 4 of them all together, and then let me get Stormlight doesn't work here. Okay, interesting. So just checking the rest of the levers. So we have flap lever, gear lever, spoiler lever, all as they should be. The radar should be off, although it's in here, isn't it?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box YouTube channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin,
hey,
where
Sanders.
complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Sanders, thank you so much for the 6 months. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the support, my friend. And yes, A350. I mean, I've been talking about it yesterday on the German language live stream, saying that I can feel an enormous hype already. Hey, Erin, Cannon Plug, hello. Relound, hello. Pilot 19, hello to you. Tixu, hello. Yeah, so I know there's a huge hype going on, and I can understand it because from what we've seen up to now, it looks fantastic. Not gonna lie. So, hey Bruno, how are we doing? Well, and Bruno, well, I'm not sure how busy you are, Bruno, but maybe from time to time, if you see me doing something stupid here in the A380, appreciate inputs. Voyager, moin, wie geht's dir? All right. Cool. So let's continue quickly on the overhead panel. Crew oxygen supply goes on. We have the... Let's just have a look. Yeah, let's do the INS or ADIRS on. All 3 of them. And then we'll go back down again. We'll have... Well, strobe lights we leave off because on the... if you're on VATSIM, if you put that to auto, it's already flashing for the people. So we'll put the logo light, auto nav lights on, seatbelts on, no mobile auto, emergency exit lights armed, fuel pumps remain off, just 1 button to test all of the fire warnings. LR Aviation, hello to you. Gonna join you in Stuttgart today because my FPS that was oh really? Okay, that's a shame. Yeah, I guess because I'm using frame generation, so at least that way it does keep quite good. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, Mark. So, Elias, hello to you. Bruno doesn't like the A350. Okay. Okay. Right, so this side pretty much should be done. That looks all right. And then let's just do the center panel here quickly. Brake is set. Integral lights, main lights, pedestal flood, ambient light a little bit higher. So you guys can see. Looking good, looking good. And RP Moxley, thank you so much. I honestly, if you guys hadn't told me that it's a partner anniversary today, I would not have realized. So thank you for the reminder, guys. So fuel and payload imported. Bruno, does that mean it's already loaded? Or how do I need to understand that? Or it's just the data loaded? No, okay, so current, I can see that here. So let's do real, actually no, let's do fast with the boarding. Although that's planned, but let's do fuel first of all. Let's do real. And then 45.9, is that correct? 45.9. Yeah, 45.9 is correct. So we're going to play. So refueling. Aviation says, oh yeah, so fuselage routing, I published that on Discord, but of course, if you're not on Discord, then you wouldn't have seen it. Let me just check. Here's the routing. Elliot, hello to you. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice, you got a butter landing, James, yesterday. Nice, GG's. Well done. SAS, hello to you. And Aaron asked, do you think you would pass the Atpl theory? No. No, I would not. Aaron, simple. I mean, if you ask any pilot that has been flying for a while, and if that pilot is honest, then he or she will say no. Because there's so many things in the theory of Atpl that is not needed IRL. Yeah, you just forget. Yeah, so you just forget. So yeah, that's just the way it is. Where's my flight director button on here? Hang on. Vertical LS. Oh, here we go. It's just one button for both sides. Lol. Okay. Oh, okay. A346, good. Elliot, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Thanks for... And Jeremiah, wie geht's dir? Dankeschön. Yeah, exactly here. That's one button for both sides. So contrary to what we had previously. Yeah, Elias, like I said, you know, some things in the Atpl theory is just, man, I understand that you know, they think you need to know all of it just in case you come into contact with that at any point. But again, I have not you know, I've not missed anything. Let's put it this way, all right? For things I've forgotten, I haven't missed those. The Mandu, hello to you. Yeah, I don't know how many percentage is useless, but there's a lot of things you will forget straight away, and you never get into contact with that again. Laxin, all the best wishes, Laxin. Really, I mean that. All the best wishes for that. And as a little hint or tip from my side, you know, just grind through it. It's horrible. The Atpl theory in parts is just so tiring, but you have to grind through it. In the end, you know, it's something you have to do. Don't despair. But yeah. The SID star, so currently I think I've planned for the Corin 1 November, and we're expecting the Spesa 4 Charlie, but that may be not accurate. We'll get the clearance in a minute. let me just check whether or not I have everything set for Hoppy. Yeah, Hoppy is in. Fantastic. Cool. SAS, well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, there's so many things in life, you know, you have to learn at some point, and then, well, you know, and then you can forget about most stuff, and that's just the way it is. I mean, but in the end, so here's the weird thing, right? There are so many things you will not learn during the ATPL that afterwards, when you join a company and you do a type rating on a certain aircraft, there are so many things that you need to learn, right? So I don't know how many, you know, bits and bytes of information your brain has to program a process overall, but yeah, like I said, it's a lot, right? So, and it's just you know, a stepping stone, if you like. So you go through PPL, CPL, IFR, ATPL, all that theory, and then the practical side, and then, you know, once you've done that, you get your license, and when you have your ATPL license, then you go work somewhere, and then, you know, it starts from the beginning, not from the beginning, but it just starts again with, you know, having to learn so many new things. So it's just yeah, it's just the way it is. Right, let's go in it.
Hello, Black Box.
Hey Brenner, schön dich zu sehen. Wie geht's dir? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Right, so let me see. Where's my init? Init. Company flight plan request. There it is. Hey, Negative KD, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for the wishes. Yeah, I didn't realize it was partner anniversary today. Yeah, Elias, that's what I've heard. There are plans to yeah, change the amount of topics for theory, and to kind of increase the speed at which training is being done for pilots. Now, didn't I? Hang on. What happened to my flight plan?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Click on received and then, okay. Insert. Thanks. There we go. Thank you so much. Green Dot Fox Hello, legend. Thank you so much. And then Tuxu, TXU, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Big round of applause. Welcome to our community. Brendan says, it's a very exhausting Friday. Had to drive a lot and work 12 hours. Oh no. Well, Brendan, then hopefully you have some time this weekend to relax. I've actually got to do work this weekend. Can you believe it? I actually have to get to Frankfurt, go to simulator. Next week as well, as I have some real-world flight next week. I have another my half-year EBT, so check right, 2 days. So I've actually got to do some work as well. Fun time's over. No, actually, it's not. I enjoy my work, so all good. The German live stream yesterday was very nice. It was really, really nice. The thing is, I know for those that don't speak German, obviously you will feel a little bit left out. But my plan would be, and you know, hoping that it wouldn't upset anyone. My plan would be that because there's a lot of people in my community here that speak German, but not so much English, and they really like you know, communicating in German with me. So I'm thinking about going on a path where I have like so if I stream like 3 times a week, if we do 2 English live streams, English language live streams, and then yeah, 1 German, maybe somewhere in that region. I think that would be a good compromise. Thank you so much, Squawk Mode. Thanks for the happy anniversary. Same to Rui. Thank you so much, guys. That's really kind. 8 years now. Incredible. No, so rely on. I have to prepare a lot for my sim rides. The thing is that obviously I'm not flying as much as I used to be, or used to do, and right now, I have to do a lot of rehearsal again, and revisions, and yeah. So I have to sit down a lot lately to go, over the theory. So it's not as if I can go unprepared. I have a rough idea on what's happening in those check rides, but not everything, right? So the instructors, they have a certain pool of abnormals they can give you, and so they will decide on after your first. So let's start from the beginning. So EBT is 2 days of simulator training, so 2 times 4 hours, and then the first part is the evaluation phase. So you have the normal cockpit setup, first officer, captain, or senior first officer, captain, and then you go fly A to B, and then something happens. All right, there's an abnormal. You're going to have to do abnormal checklists. You have to do the normal CRM style stuff, communications, workload management, problem solving, blah blah blah. You do decision making, and then you land. And the instructor from that will get a kind of a nice overview already on maybe where you have some deficiencies, and that way they can change the program on the second day, especially to adapt for that, so that you get some extra training in those areas that you may be not so proficient. Yeah. So these days, it's been it used to be purely checking. So the first day, like I said, the beginning was evaluation phase, and then the second part is what we call maneuver training. So we do the engine failures, low vis operations, maybe some other things like rapid decompression. So there's some parts that you have to go through and show that you're proficient. But again, the whole 8 hours is mostly then there to get you more proficient, right? So it's a much better setup these days. Lewis says the sim looks amazing. You should consider giving flight gear a try. While it may not be as nice looking, open source and quite. Sorry. So what's flight gear, Lewis? Not so sure what you mean with flight gear. Who takes the sim check of the instructor? Yeah, so exactly, that's a good question, Ghost. So if you are a instructor, then you also have to go and do your half-yearly check rides. And so you're going to be checked by a fellow check captain. So you may have a setup where you have check captain checking. You have a check captain as a captain, and then you have a first officer in that kind of complement. It's another simulator. Okay, flight gear. I can have a look at to see what that's all about. Flight gear. Okay, then I'll try to get my head around that flight gear. See what it's all about. Yeah. All right. Thanks for that. Cool. So quick overview of the flight. So we've got Athens today, 220 at 5. So southwesterly winds. I'm trying to think, 03 or 21. It's going to be 21 then for departure. And let me just check. Can we get ATIS in here anywhere as an uplink? So if I go to... Relound. Well, I mean, you still have to prove your proficiency. Not at the moment. Okay, no worries, no worries. You know, you're gonna have to. Well, you're gonna be graded on so many different areas. Like I've mentioned, you know, workload management, communication. Then as a captain, you'll be graded regarding your command abilities, etc., etc. So there's many areas that you are graded on, and you have to be, you know, reaching a certain minimum grade on all areas. If you have deficiencies somewhere that are so big, you know, that you may, let's say you fail workload management. Then you're going to have another mission with maybe some extra training in that area, and then yeah, you're going to have a recheck. But if you fail twice, then you are a bit in a bad state, right? Because that way, yeah. You know, there will be hearing board, and then it will be decided if you continue working or if you potentially lose your license or your work permit or work contract. No, well, I mean, you get used to it. At the beginning, obviously, you are very, you know, nervous. At least I was nervous the first couple of check rides that I had.
Welcome
but
aboard the Captain Black
it becomes
Box
better
Twitch
after a
channel
while.
Subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium.
Hey Nanak, thank you so much for the 58.
Thank you.
That's a long time. Nanak, thank you, schön. Thank you so much. Green Dot Foxtrot asks, would you like to become a TRI or TRE, so trainer, examiner after your retirement? Well, if anything, it will be, you know, with private flying, so PPL flying or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much energy I have and how much time I have to do that. Is the annual IFA check also included? Yes, it is. Pilot 19, yeah. Ghost, I have done. I mean, you know, with type ratings and you know, the checks there, 30 times, yeah, somewhere in that region, yeah, somewhere 70 to 80. I think more like 80 check rides, yeah. Duarte, hello. I've seen your question. Let me just have a look here quickly. So the ATIS, it says runway 21 right for landing, takeoff is 21 left, 220 at 5, QNH 1018. Oh, and by the way, I do have my Windwing FCU and EFIS panel now with me here, which is nice. Good. Okay, so I am expecting then the 21 left departure. So departure runway 21 left. And the SID then should be Kilo Oscar Romeo. Now they have 1 Foxtrot, 1 November, and 2 Foxtrot. Bruno, another question, or anybody else is: can we get clearance? So PDC over here. I haven't flown this for ages. I'm just realizing. Probably not, because mailbox isn't working yet, is it? In the meantime, Duarte asks, you're taking the course for flight dispatcher, nice, flight operation officer, and I can totally rate that. Flying, there's a lot we have to do that won't be used anymore in the future. Yeah, bring an adaptation to the Atpl. There's a lot of garbage for us. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think. Okay, no dating just yet, but soon. Okay, that's fine. I'll tell you what we'll do then. Before we hack in the departure route, it makes more sense if we actually contact delivery. So it's going to be 118.68, and then Hold on. There we go. So VHF. There we go. And then settings, push to talk. Athena delivery, good evening from Lufthansa 711 Super. Information Delta requesting clearance, please.
Request IFR clearance to
I was first.
Blocked.
Okay, I go first. And Lufthansa 711 Super, information Delta requesting clearance Frankfurt, please.
Lufthansa 711 Super, good afternoon. Information Delta is correct. Clear to Frankfurt via Corinthos 1 November departure, runway 21 left, initially 70, squawk 6635.
Cleared to Frankfurt, 21 left, Kilo Echo Alpha 1 November departure. Climb 70 initially, and the squawker, say again, 6625 or?
Lufthansa 711, the seat is Corinthos 1 November departure and 6635.
6635 copied, and Kilo Echo Alpha 1 November departure. Lufthansa 711 Super.
No Kilo Echo Alpha, Kilo Oscar Romeo 1 November departure.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry. Kilo Oscar 1 November. Lufthansa 711 Super. Oh, why did I put Kia?
Lufthansa 711 Super, clearance correct. Report ready for push and start.
Thank you, will do.
Delivery, hello, GN99.
GN99.
Gleich but the thing is, so here's the thing. So
GN99 and A380.
here's the thing.
Bravo 30 Delta 1018 request.
It would have been easier if he said on the first time I got it wrong. If he had said Kilo Oscar Romeo, right? But anyways, my bad.
GN99er information Delta is current. Clear.
Just turn that down a bit. So, okay, now we got it. Corian 1 November departure.
November departure, runway 21 left.
And transition non.
70, squawk 7216.
Insert.
Cleared to Santa
Yoda, hello to you. How are you?
November from 21 left. Initial climb 7,07216 for GN99.
GN99 clearance correct. Report ready for push and start. GN90 Charlie, are you ready to copy clearance?
All right, so let's have a look. So 6635 is in. We got the clearance to go 70 initially. I'm going to put that up in here as well.
Charlie.
Beautiful, that works.
Information Delta is current. Clear to Larnaca via Kea 1 November departure, runway 21 left, initially 70.
Let me just link that. Hold on. Link account.
Clear to Larnaca, Kea 1 November departure, runway runway 21 left.
Oh no, he's also in Kia. Does he have Kia departure? Hope I haven't
GN90 Charlie.
I haven't started something now.
GN90 Charlie, clearance correct.
Oh, he actually has a Kia departure. Okay.
Correction. GN90 Charlie.
Avi Equation, thank you so much for the 15 months. That's also a long time. Thank you so much for your support. And happy partner as well. Thank you so much for the kind wishes.
For GN90 Charlie.
Now, it's one of those things. I know.
Delivery, hello, Ocean 28 Foxtrot.
I know the reason why this happens because I've primed myself for the Kia. I've flown the Kia departure, I think mainly in real life. So my brain was like, it's got to be the Kia departure. So even though I said core departure, or Kilo Oscar Rome departure, my brain just blocked. So it's one of those things in life. You kind of primed to something, and then it's so difficult to get into your head that it's something else. OLED monitor, yes, it is. So I can't go back to a smaller monitor now. So man, I'm gonna just go change that to standby real quickly. There's a lot of talking going on there. Frankfurt. So Frankfurt is easterly winds. So it's going to be 7. We can't land on 7 left with the A380, so we're going to have to do 7 right. And we're going to do the ILS. Bruno, or anybody else? So apparently the A350 from Inibuilds is able to do GLS approaches. Now that's, I thought they are not implemented in Microsoft Flight Sim. So I'm a bit confused there. So not the GPS, the GLS somebody wrote. So that would be really weird. So we'll take the ILS 7 right, and it should be, now it's going to be the Spesa arrival. It says Spesa Fort Charlie. Let's try that. And then via Delta Fox 654. Let's insert that. And then let's go to plan mode. And let's go to oh, there we go. Yeah, Airbus 05. It's actually, you're actually right. It's some displays or some visuals in the level D simulators are actually really basic. I think a lot of people would be really disappointed if they saw that IRL. The very new simulators we have, they have a visual which is much better, but still not anywhere near what we have here. Right, so this is not the level of detail we have in those level D simulators. Far from it. Aaron asked, was the theory more difficult or flying? For me personally, I've talked about that yesterday during my German live stream. And for me personally, it has always been more difficult for the theory. So practically, because of my very early connection to aviation, I've never really had an issue with flying. So flying was always the easy part for me. It was more the theory that I had, always. I wouldn't say struggled, but I mean, yeah, some theory just didn't interest me as much, and so maybe sometimes there, I don't know, I just didn't listen closely enough, or yeah, I don't know. It just didn't stick as well in my brain. So. If you want to scroll, there is scroll keys on the. Not those are. So I just saw those there, but which one do you mean? Nicolas will check that in a minute regarding departure route. Is there a way? How do I see the total distance? Flight plan info, RTA, flight plan to the right of escape. Ah, okay, these ones. Ah, thanks, cool. Ah, okay, nice. GG's, I didn't know that. So normally on the flight plan page, you have a total distance somewhere. But I don't have that here. Good. All right, so we have the routing inserted. What we can do is, let's have a look. Yeah, I'm just going to check the routing here real quickly. So departure route all the way to Kilo Oscar Romeo. Then we have the Uniform Lima 613. That should take us to Yankee November. It does. And then it's the 611 airway to Tumbo, and then it's always direct. Tango Alpha Zulu, Kuzip, Zinba, Akini, and then Spesa direct, and then the arrival. Cool. Right, so that's all inserted. So diffrips. The cool thing is the same thing here. So I guess you can go through that here. So flight plan, init, flight plan. Let's have a look. Secondary. I guess you can't copy to secondary just yet. Guess that's not implemented yet. And let's have a look at performance here. Let me start the APU in the meantime. APU master. Start. One more thing. Let me just check the settings. Where are sound settings? Sound settings. Are they in here or is it normal? Because I have a feeling that the environmental sounds are very, very quiet. Or maybe the A380 is that quiet. I don't know. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, flight time is 2 hours 34. So we got to get going. Yeah, get going so with that we make it on time. Settings at the bottom. Okay, thank you. Then we got sim options, I guess. Sim options. Audio. Ha, audio. Got it. Exterior can leave. Engine interior. Wind. Yeah, okay, so I guess like environment or cockpit sounds are not separately. Hey, Qantas. Nice, GG's. Let me just make sure. See, I have to calibrate the thrust levers as well. I've just seen that setting there. It seems like the last update or something has changed that. Throttle detents calibrate. So do I want to have reverse thrust? That's the question. So reverse or on axes? No, you can't because the Bravo throttle quadrant doesn't do that. So let's do that. So now we got idle. Idle, set. Then we go climb notch. Set. Then we go flex notch. Set. And we have that as well. Cool. All right. Sorry, what you need to, you write in pre-select? Yeah, I don't want to have to, so the reversers, hang on, something's wrong here, idle, again, so we got climb. Oh, okay, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, I did something wrong with idle, first of all, set, then climb, sorry, climb, then we go flex, there you go, and then Toga, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks. Save and apply. Cool. Save and apply. Bruno posted a link for documents. Are you kidding me, Bruno? Right. He was a troll me. Sending me manuals. All right. So let's have a look. Cool. Nah, just kidding. Right, so fueling was done. Let's do boarding, payload. Let's do that instant. There we go. So now everything is current. 343.9. That's all good. That's all good. Fantastic. Nice. So then we go set up the charts here really quickly. So we have Athena SID, and I'm trying to find the right one here. Kilo Oscar Romeo, 1 November. There it is. We'll pin that. And the departure goes as follows. 203 to Alpha Victor 211, 213, direct Delta Delta Mike, and then direct Kilo Oscar Romeo. I'm not sure. Somebody was saying 700 feet somewhere. I don't have that on my departure route here. Yeah. Important thing is transition is 9,000 feet. Right, let me just have a look quickly. So we have 211, 213, 6,000 above, 235 knots, Delta Delta Mike, Kilo Oscar Romeo. So that's the 235 knots should not be an issue either. Let's put APU bleed on. Let's get some air conditioning going. Now we got a bit more sounds. Very nice. Why are big planes taxied by this thing with your hands and not with a pedal? Well, I mean, it's like you have some nose gear deflection. Like I think the 320 had 7 degrees with the rudder pedals. But if you want to do very tight turns, you're going to have to use that tiller, as it's called. And so, yeah, and it's quite natural. So you have your hand, you can taxi, you have your hand on the tiller. And yeah, you just, if you do any steeper turns, you simply use the tiller. And it's just... Hey, Mate, grazie. Mate, buonasera. Yanis, hello to you. Yeah, it's very busy. Yeah, absolutely love it. Cool. So that's done. Let's do the performance then. So, and I think we have to use SimBrief, don't we, for that? So here we are. We've got the Athena 2-1 left. Takeoff weight is going to be 388. Let's check fuel quickly. Actually, before we do that, let me just enter those values in here. So 343.9. Let's go back to init. So we have I always forget you have to pre-select it. You can't write into the scratch pad. Block fuel is 45.9. It's always a bit weird when you have to do something differently to what you normally do. CG is 35.2. Oops. Come on. 343.9. There we go. Right, so we have 389.8 as our takeoff weight. So 389.8. And then we have bleed auto, anti-ice automatic, temperature 12 degrees, 1018, dry. We'll have improved climb disabled, calculating that. So the values we get for full length, 2-1 left, we have flaps 1 takeoff, flex 66, and the speeds 42, 43, 48. It's so weird to see these low speeds compared to what we have on the 787. So 787 with the improved climb calculations. So 66 flex, flaps 1. And the speeds 142, 143, 148. 148. Trim. Do we get a trim somewhere? Or do we have to look up on the trim wheel? You can use the, yeah, thanks Bruno. You can use the, so we'll take this then. So 35, that's 35.6%. Yeah, normally we have a load sheet where it says, gives you the value there. So let me just put that in here. Hang on. 35.6. PEX on, anti-ice is off, not needed today. So that's set. That looks good. And that means we are pretty much ready to go. So we got fuel, loading, everything done. Diff rips, secondary we can't do yet. Performance we've got. RatNav should be... I mean, we can have a look at the nav aids. So Delta Mike, and we need as well, we said the Kilo Oscar Romeo. So let's try that. So Delta Mike. Oops. Kilo Oscar Romeo. There we go. 19.4. Oh, that's a beacon. Disregard. 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 It's on the EFB. You mean like the trim settings? I mean, I guess that's for the takeoff weight, right? Is there a fuel weight? Gross weight, 35. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take it. That should not really be such a problem. Hey, Captain Chaos, thank you so much. Cool. All right, so A380 800, technically no problems. We've ordered a fuel load of 45.9 tons, all symmetrical, fantastic. And that's a bit of extra. I think that's 20 minutes extra fuel for Frankfurt today, since it is Frankfurt Friday. It could be a bit chaotic there. So we have, 20 minute extra, 3.2 tons. Departure route takes us, according to the waypoints that we've checked and briefed, up to 7,000 feet. And MSA is 3,600. And in this PI sector, it's 5,200. So we have a bit of terrain to the northwest of the airport. Otherwise, nothing regarding threats, apart from lots of traffic. Very busy airport. But apart from that, all good. Then let's have a look. Let's read the checklist real quickly. So I think we'll take this one here. Cockpit preparation, keepings covers removed. Fuel quantity 45.9 balanced. Seatbelts. Seatbelts on. Bow ref, we have 1018, 310 feet. And that's checklist complete. Cool. Then we'll go back to delivery. Tell them that we're fully ready.
Delivery, good evening. Gentlemen from the cargo 8012. Information Echo, requesting clearance to Frankfurt.
Yeah, Captain Chaos, there we are.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014, good afternoon. Information Echo is current. Clear to Frankfurt via Corinthos 1 November departure runway 21 left. Initially 7000, scope 2030.
Cargo 8014 Frankfurt, Corinthos 1 November departure 21 left, initially 7000, walk 2030.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014, clearance correct, report ready for push and start.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014.
Soft key. Yeah, I remember now, yeah. Let's have a look. Realism. There we go. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Bruno. So here we go. Now we should be able to click that, right? There we go. So, yeah, fuel quantity, 45.9 balanced, checked. Seatbelts are on. Barrel ref is 1018. Checklist complete. Yeah, thanks. Perfect. And delivery again from Lufthansa 711 Super is fully ready.
Lufthansa 711 for push and start, contact Venizelos ground 121.755. Have a safe flight, bye-bye.
121.755 pushback. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, Lufthansa 711.
Free speed, we're 52 Yankee at.
So doors. Let's close that. GPU. Now let's have a look.
Ground, very good evening. Speedbird 52 Yankee.
Let's take the external power off.
Ready for push and start.
Speedbird 52 Yankee, Kalispera. Push and start approve, facing east.
Ground power off as well.
East, 5, take it.
Then we're going to get...
for the push, request taxi.
Lufthansa 1 Romeo Juliet, taxi via Echo, Delta 7, left on Delta, holding point 21 left.
Echo Delta 7, left on Delta, holding point 21 left, Lufthansa 1 Romeo Juliet.
Athena ground, good evening. Lufthansa 711 Super, stand Alpha 01, request pushback.
Lufthansa 711 Kalispera, push start approved, facing north.
Facing north, push start approved. Lufthansa 711 Super. Facing to the north, this way, that's fine.
Easy 5 Hotel Juliet, ready for push and start.
Easy 5 Hotel Juliet Kalispera, push start approved, facing north.
Push and start approved, face north, Easy 5 Hotel Juliet.
Super is only necessary in North American airspace? Really?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I'm pretty sure Germany, on the initial call, you have to put in Super. So Europe should be as well in that requirement. Right, let's do the items. So lots of fuel pumps to put on.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014 Kalispera.
Beacon on.
Approved, facing north.
APU bleed is on. Transponder. Squawk.
Ground calibrated 4 kilo Bravo 1
Jan 4 kilo Kalispera. Confirm Bravo 15.
Auto.
Affirm.
That looks good.
Jan 4 kilo push start approved, facing north.
Looking here.
That's approved, facing north of Jan 4 kilo.
Ground, very good evening again. AGN 4 Echo Delta, ready for
Right, you can see IRL, you can't park two A380s next to each other. It doesn't fit.
AGN 4 Echo Delta, Kalispera, push start approved facing east.
Push start approved facing east. AGN 4 Echo Delta.
Busy airport, blimey. Really cool. Quick edit. Voyager, Beluga. I am not sure what the takeoff weight is for the Beluga, or the size of the wingspan. Not entirely sure if that would be super. Maybe someone knows here.
Exiting from editing mode. Please wait.
Release parking brakes, please.
Sure. Parking brake. Released.
Commencing push.
One Roma Juliet, contact tower 118625. Have a nice flight.
Someone is waving. Very nice. Very kind. Bye-bye.
Air France 609, ready for push and start at Type 4.
It depends. Sometimes it is easily understandable.
Push approved.
So radio calls. Sometimes it's not. Right. So engine start. Now the question was again. Can we start two at a time? Let's try one at a time. So we start left, then right. So left to right.
EZ5 Hotel Juliet, we are ready to tackle.
EZ5 Hotel Juliet, standby, break, Gian 4 kilo, μήπως σε έτοιμοι?
4 kilo, 2 με 3 λεπτά παρακαλώ.
1 and 2 together, okay. Alright, then start engine 2 as well. You can start 2 at the same time. Cool. Excellent. Oh, does it? I mean, Simbridge. So Simbridge, I'm not sure. Bruno, do you think it's a good idea to run Simbridge? Because it does cause issues sometimes with performance. But I'm sure that Simbridge is required for TCAS, correct? Not TCAS, terrain mode. Nice sounds, love it.
Please set parking brakes.
Set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
So we're just waiting for the start valve to be closed. Do we have wing views on this anywhere? Yeah. They fixed it. Okay. All right. So you think it's safe to run Simbridge? Okay, we'll do that. Right. 3, 4, start. Then we'll use Simbridge.
4 kilo, έτοιμη, request taxi.
Gian 4 kilo, taxi via Echo Delta 7 left of Delta, holding point to 1 left.
Echo Delta 7 Delta, holding point to 1 left, 4 kilo.
EZ5 Hotel Juliet, follow the Aegean A321 in front of you.
Does it feel any different having two yours and the FOS flow? Yeah, sometimes, James, it is a bit weird sometimes, yeah, having to do both. Simbridge is only needed for terrain display.
Push start approved facing north.
Thank you.
Push start approved facing north, Aegean 3 Whiskey.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah, brake to vacate doesn't require Simbridge, yeah. Cool. Did I think I did some wing views manually, but not entirely sure. Right, let's do the flows then. So that goes back to normal. APU bleed, APU off. Gonna set the flaps to 1.
Standby.
The speed brakes.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass be removed.
The OANs, thank you.
Via hotel and left on Charlie. Stand by for further instructions.
Continue hotel, left on Charlie, and wait instructions.
There we go. Here's the OANs. Fantastic. Thank you much for that. What would I do without you guys?
India 4 Kilo, contact tower 118625. Καλή πτήση.
118625 and 4 Kilo, Hartz, καλή συνέχεια.
Καλή συνέχεια.
NG for Echo Delta, ready for taxi.
Okay, so SimBridge is running, and that means I should be able to put terrain.
For Echo Delta, taxi via Kilo, Delta 8, left on Delta, hold the point to 1 left.
Kilo, Delta, and hold short on holding point runway to 1 left.
Alright, let's do the flight controls. That display is just crazy. Look at all the flight controls. Absolutely incredible. So many spoilers.
Taxi straight ahead.
3 ailerons.
Behind the aircraft.
2 huge rudder sections. Incredible. Love it. Hey, Teo West. How are you? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. So that's the checklist here. So, well, that was actually done already. So before start, park brake, take speeds, checklist complete. Auto brake, RTO. Oh, hang on, where's my...
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box
After
Twitch
start
channel
checklist.
subscriber experience.
There we go. Anti-ice not required is
make your way to
off.
the first class cabin, where
And that's
complimentary
checklist
drinks,
complete.
snacks, and premium flight entertainment.
Hey, Fly from Frankfurt. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Wie geht's?
Hey guys.
Lufthansa 711 request taxi.
Lufthansa 711 taxi via Echo Delta 7 left on Delta, hold the point to 1 left.
Echo Delta 7 left Delta and hold short holding point to 1 left. Lufthansa 711. So Delta 7 should be all the way up there.
Air France 6715 taxi via Golf Delta 2 left on Delta, hold the point to 1 left.
Yeah, Delta 7 and then on Delta again.
Golf, Delta 2 and holding point.
Looking good. Right, let's do the
Speedbird 52 Yankee,
taxi light on.
2033.
And then let's go get the parking brake off. Yosim, hello to you.
Left on Echo, gate Alpha 11.
Left on Echo and Alpha 11 is the Antonio 2.
Oh, pitch trim. Let's see, pitch trim. That's not automatic yet, is it? Did I set a... How do I set the trim?
Delta contact tower 118625. Have a nice flight.
18625 Virgin for Echo Delta. Thank you very much for the service.
Easy 5 Hotel Juliet Tower 118625. Have a nice flight. Easy 5 Hotel Juliet. Speedbird 52 Yankee, taxi
okay, there we go.
Echo,
Yeah,
Delta
thanks.
5 left on Delta, hold the point to 1 left.
Echo Delta 5 left on Delta 2, holding point 2.
Cheers.
1 left.
Yeah, yeah, I should have modeled that somewhere on the hardware.
Admiral Korean Grazing, Postman 7836 on hotel.
Postman 7836, Kalispera, requesting cargo apron.
Affirm 54 standard possible.
There we go. Now set. Thank you so much. Cool.
Right on hotel, right again, Charlie, stand the Fox.
You can set ARC and still use... Okay, thanks. Yeah, that
taxi, hotel, Charlie,
gives the right, the correct orientation. Cool. Thank you. I do like the lighting here. Very nice. So we're going to follow that agent, I think it is.
Ground hello, Lufthansa to Mike Charlie, request start push.
Lufthansa 7 Mike Charlie, start of pushback approved, facing north.
Pushback approved, facing north, Lufthansa 7
What a huge aircraft. So there's going to be Delta 7 to the right, and then we go left Delta again. Hey Cactus 346, how are you? Nice to see you. And Jay, hello to you as well. Have you thought about streaming the Flight Factor 777 version 2? Yeah, I have streamed it a couple of months ago, and I have updated it again. Yes, I am planning to stream it very soon. And you're writing, it's getting the Pratt & Whitney engines. Yeah, there was a discussion, because they are going to cost some extra money, right? So I don't have a problem with that, but I've seen that some people are getting upset about that already. With the other engine options. Nozzle friction simulation is as well there. Cool. Nice. All right. Yeah, $20 to $30 for the engine options, yeah. Well, I mean, almost full moon. I mean, you can imagine or say that we had to do a medical emergency landing here in Athens, and now we continue our flight back to Frankfurt. And who knows? Maybe there was a flight with the A380 from Athens to Frankfurt at some point. You never know.
India 30 Whiskey, contact tower 118625, correct TC.
Well, look at the traffic. MD-11 behind us, beautiful. So we can do the config test, right? And that's the takeoff checklist then complete. That's Dennis. Okay, hey, Dennis. Nice of you to join.
711, contact tower 118625. Have a nice flight.
118625. Have a nice evening. Thank you. Bye bye, Lufthansa 711.
Delta Cargo 8014, contact tower 118625. Have a nice flight.
Oh.
1825.
Sorry.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014. Bye bye.
I hope I haven't caused it. Now everybody has to stop. Sorry.
Contact approach for 129.5 Virgin. For Echo Delta, thanks much for your service here in Athens and for leading by.
Pile up, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I applied brakes and then looked down, and that caused the brakes to just lock up. Yeah, terrain mode does work. You can see that here. It's a bit dark. Let me just increase the... There we go. So now you can see the terrain mode. Cool.
Whiskey, wind 230 degrees for launch, runway 2 left, clear for takeoff. Takeoff 2 left, 330 Whiskey.
Cactus, so... I mean, beacon on is easy, right? So whenever you start, you intend to start the engines or have the aircraft moving, then beacon goes on. And then for us, the beacon light goes off once the N1 value gets below a certain point. So you can say, or N2 maybe. Was it N2 below 50% or something? And then you would switch off the engines. I mean the beacon light, not the engines, the beacon light, yeah. We're gonna go take Delta 12 here as well. Athena Tower, Kalispera from Lufthansa 711 Super, holding short 2 on left.
Lufthansa 711 Super, Kalispera, behind departing aircraft, open waiter and 2 on left behind.
Behind the Aegean, runway 2 on left, line up and wait behind Lufthansa 711. Right, very tight turn here. Gonna go and So line it behind. And then we go put TCAS on. Right, I can put above TA. Well, TA should be TA only anyways, right? Cool, then we go put this to normal range. Projector is clear. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Hey, Travis! Travis, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Greetings.
LGAV 30 Whiskey, radar contact person 1000, contact approach 132 decimal land 75, bye.
132.975, LGAV 30 Whiskey, bye.
Delta 711, wind 230 degrees for north, runway 21 left, clear for takeoff.
21 left, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 711. Right, chrono's on. Takeoff.
Departing traffic. Line up and wait, runway 21 left behind.
Perfect, line up runway 21 left behind, Lufthansa cargo 8014.
We have Manflex 66 SS runway, auto thrust blue. Thruster set. Lovely sounds. 100 knots.
B1.
Rotate. Pause the right. Gear up. Enough.
Hello, Lufthansa 7 Mike Charlie.
Delta 711, radar contact person 1000, contact approach 132 decimal land 75, bye.
132.975. Thank you. Bye bye, Lufthansa 711. Thrust climb, climb, out blue, auto thrust.
Island 7 Fox Bravo, descent flight level 150. Lufthansa 5 Papa Victor, turn left heading 180, clear to LSX rate 1 right.
Left 180, clear LSX rate 1 right.
With a Malta 765, expect 50 track miles to touchdown, maintain present heading.
Flap 0, speed checked, flap 0.
William Alpha 765, maintain present heading.
Autopilot. Athena, Kalispera, Lufthansa 711 Super passing 2,700, climbing 7,000.
Hello, Lufthansa 711 identified, climb flight level 120.
Thank you, climb level 120, Lufthansa 711. Alright, 120. Oh. Dankeschön, Millionär. Thanks for the wishes.
Contact tower 118, decimal 625, desire range of velocity.
Lufthansa 711, fly direct to Remax.
Direct to Remax. Thank you, Lufthansa 711. So, direct
Ryanair
to
1162, reduce speed 160 knots, maintain till 4 PME.
Remax.
160 knots,
Insert.
4 PME, 162.
Wow, that's a sharp right,
Malta
yeah.
765, turn left, heading 120 degrees.
Alright, let's enjoy some outside views here.
Contact tower 118, decimal 625.
Beautiful Athena.
118,
Hey, Sir Garlic.
Lufthansa 5 Papa Victor, speed 180 knots till 8 PME.
180 until 80.
Ryanair 39 Romeo, turn left heading 290 degrees.
290 degrees, Ryanair
Beautiful.
39 Romeo.
Gian 3 Sierra Whiskey, proceed direct Nevra.
Direct Nevra, Gian 3 Sierra Whiskey,
I mean, I really have to say, the fact that this is freeware.
Gian 4 Echo Delta, contact Athena 129 decimal 675. Bye-bye.
It's absolutely amazing.
129 in 675 GN for the Delta. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
This is an incredible add-on, allowing you to get some really nice immersion and trying to, getting a feeling on how it must be like to fly an A380. It's just really nice. I love just getting the chance to to feel that big jet. Really nice. Yeah, fantastic job on it. Absolutely agree. Very nice indeed. And I mean, they're still in the process of making it better, right? So, right, let's set standard here. Standard cross-checked. I'm still a bit behind on the checklist. I thought that was already with the takeoff checklist. Okay, so the weird thing is that
Lufthansa 711, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, Lufthansa 711.
Olympic 985.
So I haven't flown the Airbus for a while, and now I'm already forgetting the check or how to use the checklist correctly. That's really crazy.
Track is 90 Golf.
There we go. So have we done everything? Next is approach checks. Right, we're out of 10,000, so let's get all the lights off, seatbelts off. Yeah, the progress is great. Absolutely agree.
With a Malta 765, continue left turn heading 30.
Sensitivities, I've got the same as on the fly-by-wire settings. So I've just chosen the fly-by-wire joystick profile, and it felt all right on the rotation just now and manual flight. It felt nice.
With the Malta 765, descend 7,000.
No, I've not tried it in 2024 yet.
Thank you, identified. Descent flight level 120, expect radar vectors ILS X-ray to one right. With the Malta 765, descent 4,000.
Descent 4,000,
let's look airports in here as well. Beautiful. Very nice. Airports.
With you heading 06.
985, hello, Athens approach identified. Flight heading 020 degrees, vectoring ILS X-ray to one right.
020 vectoring ILS to one right, 9F.
Liner 7 Fox Bravo, descent 7,000, QNH 1018.
Hey, the flying man. Hello, and you're Ryanair 7 Fox Bravo, nice. Where are you flying to?
3,000, cleared ILS X-ray to one right.
3,000.
Cactus, sorry, one more question you had. I've had a transition altitude of 6,000, but a long altitude restriction at like Heathrow. Do I go standard barrel before? No, so you maintain 6,000, and then once you climb above 6,000, that's when you set standard. Yeah. Exactly.
Hello, Alexander Cargo 8014, Athens approach identified, climb flight level 240. Ryanair 7 Fox Bravo, turn left heading 030, descent 4,000.
So direct to Remax has already given us a nice shortcut.
Lufthansa 711, contact Athena 129.675. Bye-bye.
129.675. Thank you so much. Bye, Lufthansa 711.
Good evening.
Beautiful. Very nice. Good job on them.
Requesting taxi. Number 323, 6,000.
Very nice. Nicely done. Love it.
QNH 1017.
Oh, really? I have to put traffic on here as well? Lol. Okay, thanks, Bruno.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Foxtrot, approach 132.975.
That helps.
12975, Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Foxtrot, thanks for the service. Ciao.
Ready for taxi?
Cactus, I'm doing well. My shoulder is actually also getting better. So I had some treatment done over the last weeks. And that makes good progress.
711, climb flight level 400.
Thanks so much. Good evening, Lufthansa 711 Super, climb level 400. 400.
Requesting taxi. Speedbird 69 Alpha, taxi, line up runway 01.
I believe they've mentioned minus 30, minus 30. Yeah, so Alphas, I would have to look into the settings to give you a clear answer on what sensitivity I'm using. But I think it was like minus 30, minus 30.
Close to holding point 16.
Roger, line up 16.
You're playing on Xbox and you wish you had VATSIM on Xbox. I don't have Xbox. I have absolutely no idea if there's any plans or if there's any way at some point that you could use flying VATSIM using the Xbox. Or maybe there already is, I don't know. So that looks good.
Flight level 80 and scope 62.
One more thing. Let me go.
Wings 4127, request taxi.
Animal Wings 4127, taxi by Alpha, line up 24, call me ready.
Taxi by Alpha, line up 24, Animal Wings 4127, Wisco.
Indian 3 Sierra Whiskey, proceed direct, Pellas, climb flight level 260.
Direct Pellas, climb 260, Indian 3 Sierra Whiskey.
Bruno knows exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's better. Oh, is that better, or shall I leave a little bit ambient light on?
132.975.
Yeah, let's leave a little bit ambient light on.
Sabina 404, 4,000 feet.
Bruno knew exactly what I was looking for.
Descending 4,000
Love
feet,
it.
Sabina 404. Concept 229er, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1019er.
Descend 5,000 QNH 1019er, Tomjet 229er.
Yeah, so Alphas, you probably saw that yesterday we flew the iFly 737 MAX to Marseille and back to Stuttgart. It was great. I really enjoyed those flights. It's a lovely add-on, yeah.
390 direct level key.
If you had an engine failure right now, would it count as studying? in what for my real world flying? No, probably not.
With a Malta 64 Bravo, clear for takeoff 16, wind is calm.
Clear for takeoff with Malta 64 Bravo, for Delta 16.
Descend as published.
And Ghost did some Eurowings flights today. Manchester, Düsseldorf, Hamburg. Nice.
Welcome back.
Green Up Foxtrot. At the moment, I have my usual 60 FPS, but that's frame generated. One thing I did notice, contrary to some other add-ons like the iFly, so here when I turned on the taxiway on the ground there was a little bit of lag. I didn't notice that with the iFly. I didn't have it with the FS Labs anymore. So here it may be a little bit heavier on performance. But it's so tough these days to say because I use frame generation. So right now, if I look at the Riva tuner, it says 60 FPS. So, and that's linked to the monitor.
Sabina 404 via Gonzo, cleared RMP.
Via Gonzo, cleared the RMP 27 Sabina 404.
Speedbird 69 Alpha, request is ready for departure.
That guy's keen.
Alpha after departure, maintain a runway 18.
Yeah, he wants to depart apparently.
Maintain runway heading, runway 01 cleared for takeoff. So Speedbird 69 Alpha.
Lovely. Yeah, he is keen.
717 pound NICT, flight level 370. Meridian 773, roger. Olympic 323, 3,000 feet.
Oh yeah, one more thing I did want to check. Now, there is a cabin, right? And you can deactivate the cabin as well. Now,
275, push and start approved, face west.
There was a way to do some viewpoints, correct? Is there a way to get cabin lighting on? Hang on. Isn't there a setting? Aaron asked, how was it to fly an IMC for the first time? Aaron, believe it or not, my very first time. I mean, we had IFR training in the US, in Arizona, and of course we hardly had bad weather there. But there was a time towards the end of the training there where we actually had some cloudy weather. And the thing is that we had so much simulator training where we used, you know, just instruments. And so when actually it was in IMC for the first time in the real aircraft, it was no problem. It was the same as in a simulator. Ambient light, interior lighting.
Pinto. Speedbird 69 Alpha, direct Talas. Direct Talas, Speedbird 69 Alpha.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's scary. he is very, very keen. Lol.
Complete 229, descent 4000, and at the holding.
Oh, the actual ambient light, not, but for the cabin as well.
Contact 229.
So this is also for the cabin? Right.
060 clear for takeoff, runway 16, wind calm.
Yeah, Dennis, right. Cactus asked, no way you've lived in Arizona. Oh, you live in Scottsdale. We did some pattern work in Scottsdale.
Ryanair 118, descent flight level 11, correction, flight level 1.
Yeah, so I was, but that's a long time ago, Cactus. I was there in Phoenix in 1991.
Swiss 4 Yankee Mike, 122.8.
1991, long time ago.
128 for Swiss 4 Yankee Mike, thank you, good night.
Good night, sir.
Gigi says you want to grow up, become a pilot. Nice! All the best wishes for that, yeah.
Yeah, so the Pico 903 to Paris, ETA 1 Bravo, flight level 80, squawk 6626.
So we should be able to save that view, right?
Clear destination by EDDF 1 Bravo departure, initial
so
flight
let's have a
level
look.
80 and squawk 6626.
Yep, that works. Fantastic.
Break Olympiaki, 860 για το 3X.
Wing 4127, ready for departure.
Roger, calling back.
You will probably have to turn off automatic cabin light. Ah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll have a look in a minute for that.
Sorry, the wind is not calm. It's 150 degrees.
Ghost, I always thought of that when I was flying the 747.
Animal wings 4127, clear for takeoff.
Unbelievable, right? 500 tons of weight.
Wind variable 2 knots.
And
for takeoff, Animal wings 4127.
so absolutely, I agree. It's incredible to see.
Jump 4 kilo, descent flight level 160.
Beautiful. Now we have some viewpoints there.
Jan 753, descent flight level 1.
That means we're going to have to close the door again here.
Up to 170, Jan 753.
Closed and locked. Hey, Dirkster, Abend. Out of all the places you've flown IRL, which were your favorite ones? James, in terms of what? In terms of the city itself, or in terms of the airport and the approach type, etc.?
Olympic 323, clear to land runway 16, wind is calm. Door stations, I need 30 seconds.
There we go.
For toilet break.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the tip there regarding cabin lighting. Now we've got it. The only thing though, so this is that just 133? I don't know. So let's have a look now. There we go. Now we got some lights here. Cool.
All stations up, please back on voice.
Right, let's dial that down a bit more now. 2019. That looks good. Cool.
060, climb flight level 300. Ryanair 118, which 132.975.
If you want to see something interesting, hit the abnormal procedure key on the pedestal. Do I really want to do that? This one here.
Gen 753 expedite your descent.
Ah, look at that.
Walker 3361 descent flight level 190.
That's interesting. So these are like the most important ones, right? So these are the ones that you would normally have in paper form on the QRH really. Just go vertical speed. Vertical speed Mach currently.
Olympic 063 direct Pindo.
So let's have a look. Does that work?
Control request taxi Olympic 275.
Do I want to activate that? I'm not sure. Do I want to activate that?
Foxtrot and Alpha runway 16 Olympic 275. Number 4127 airborne 5100.
So automatically sensed.
Roger, climb flight level 240.
Flight level 240, 4127. Radar, hello, aircraft 615, passing 2304240.
Okay, you can okay, cool. You can deactivate it. Nice, that's a good feature. So here we now have Outstar, level 400, fantastic. Oh, that's nice as well. So it actually does show you. Let me just have a look here. If I do that here as well. Terrain mode. So actually we have a vertical profile. Oops. That's nice.
When ready, push the start is approved, facing north.
So here we got vertical profile on the bottom side there, really.
From Z229 at 3000, you are clear for the...
So airports. I mean, there is a couple of airports that stand out because of their beauty and their interesting approach types. So in Europe, I would definitely say the more interesting ones were Nice, maybe Split.
Hello, good evening.
I mean, Dubrovnik was nice. Naples, also very nice. So profile, FMS profile is coming soon. Okay, nice. Now, I just want to try something here, really quickly. Oops, not true.
2685, passing level 174 for 240 direct T-chart.
Hello, Eurings 2685.
I have a feeling that with the terrain mode on,
level 340 Eurings 2685.
although no, because I can hear the cooling fans of the PC revving up from time to time. So,
level 210 now to the 64.
But that has nothing to do with terrain mode. I think it's just in general the aircraft just takes a bit more processing power.
Olympic 063, climb flight level 430.
Hey Cactus, have a good one. Have a nice lunch. Thank you so much, Cactus. Appreciate it.
Olympic 892, pushing start approved on Charlie, facing west.
Facing west on Charlie, Olympic 892. Passing radar ready to push start, Olympic 101.
Olympic 101, ready for push, you said?
Ready for push and start, Olympic 101.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's interesting, Bruno. So, GPU memory usage is quite high at the moment. So Bruno says you can use the EFB and unload the Owens airport. So where do I do that, Bruno?
Climb 380, no problem.
Climbing 380, fantastic, Bravo, thank you.
Anima Wings 4127, climb flight level 380.
Flight level 380, Anima Wings 4127.
Easy, Ryanair 7564, back check is approved, continue to the airplane, good day.
How do you check the weather before the flight? Initially, we have our flight plan. So when we do our flight planning, we need to check the weather at destination alternate airports and route ETOPS alternates if required. And then for the departure airport, we call up the ATIS. And that way we have the option to automatically have it updated. So whenever there's a new ATIS coming out, so every 20 minutes, or every a special ATIS that comes out, and then during the flight we just we just call up any weather information we need from the ACAR system or the EFB. So SIM options, last item. There we go. So let's see if that works.
Good evening, Agent 129 with you, 11,000 for flight level 160.
Agent 129, hello, climb flight level 320.
320.
Yeah, we'll monitor that, see if that improves the VRAM.
KLM 165.
It takes 1 minute. Yeah, thanks, Bruno. Fantastic. We'll check in 1 minute.
Hello, climb flight level 400.
Hey, Brad. Nice to see you. Greetings. Brad, I've heard that there's a lot of snow in Toronto at the moment. A lot of flights being cancelled, or was that yesterday?
The holding point runway 16, Olympic 275.
And then there's 275, clear for takeoff for runway 16, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff, wind calm of Olympic 275.
The information code.
Yeah, 134 November, I don't have your flight.
Yesterday, okay. Yeah, believe it or not, we actually have snow at the moment at our place. It snowed like quite a lot over the last 3 days, and then now it's cold, and the snow is just staying on the ground, which is nice.
My Agent 753, contact approach 132.975.
132.975, yes.
Yeah, look at that, it's unloading some.
The station calling?
This is Olympic 903, sir, and request the push and stop.
I'll call you in 1 minute.
Yeah, so
1 second.
Yeah, that's a good tip, Bruno. Fantastic.
3,000, speed 200 knots. 3,000, speed 204 kilo. Speed 624, 132.975.
Would you believe me if I told you there was a one day in Mumbai where the sky was blue? I believe you. I believe you.
Speed to 60 knots.
In Berlin, in winter paradise, everything white. When you started stream all black, all white. Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
Walker 3361.
I like snow when I'm at home.
Say again.
I don't like snow when I'm working. Oh, that's always, that means usually delays, de-icing, etc., etc. So you've never seen snow. True story. I remember that when we were in the UK. So my father was an instructor on the Tornado aircraft, and they actually had pilots training. They were training pilots from Saudi Arabia, and in wintertime they had the same phenomena. They have never seen, especially their children who were with them, they never seen snow before. So
Also, Olympic 7, requesting push and start.
That was very unusual for them.
Olympic 017, Roger, standby. You're number 2. Brake, easy 69 Alpha.
Yeah, traveling in snow is also sometimes a bit tedious. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, there's so much traffic on VATSIM right now.
Blimey. 134 November. You're clear to Corfu, Impala 1 Victor, flight level 320, squawk 7477.
So at Tumbo, that's the next boundary to Albania.
Radar, good evening, Thailand, 7 Mike for parts for that, double 310.
Stand by, I'll call you back in 1 minute.
And that could be Adria sector, so that should be 13055.
Roger, stand by Olympic 275, direct Pindo.
Direct Pindo, Olympic 275.
Greetings from Eurowings 2685. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you have a nice flight, LR Aviation.
And I would appreciate...
Hey Gude, forward, wie geht's dir? Nice to see you. Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Forward, I'm going to be in Frankfurt. I've got 2 days simulator training, so I may have time for a meeting if you're up for it. It's going to be on the either breakfast, kind of brunch on the 21st, or maybe dinner at the 20th, Thursday. Let me know if you have time and you want to meet. It must be really fun landing on ice-contaminated runway. Well, I mean, it's interesting. You know, as long as the braking action is at least medium, you're fine. But I mean, if it gets really slippery, like medium poor, then I don't know. It does get a bit tense.
Okay, climb 360.
Thank you much, forward. Yeah, okay, give you a shout then.
Level 360 your way, 685. Kilo 80 clear the LS.
So there's a story I told.
4 kilo right heading 180 clear the LS.
And very kind of scary moment I had, IRL, landing in Budapest on the 320. Let me just get the chart out for Budapest.
Bye-bye.
Athens radar ready to taxi Olympic 101.
I'll call you for taxi in 1 second. Jan 4 kilo, 2000 feet, further right heading 200. Heading 200 at 2000 feet, 4 kilo. Speedbird 69 Alpha, 13055, good day.
13055 for Speedbird 69 Alpha, thank you very much for the ATC, good night.
Good day, Olympic 101, taxi Alpha 4 Alpha.
I love it. He's so motivated. Right, so why am I not showing that? Hang on. What's happening?
01 taxi Alpha 4
there
Alpha,
we go,
holding point 16.
Taxi Alpha 4 Alpha, holding point 16, Olympic 101.
So let me just go give you the airport chart here. Yeah, so Budapest has 2 runways, and let me just make a screenshot here really quickly. Hold on.
Climb flight level 340.
Climb 34. Sorry, that was my name. Climb 340 for Agent 1
73 descent flight level
170,
2000 feet per minute. Jan 3 Sierra Whiskey, left heading 300.
Left 300, Jan 3 Sierra Whiskey.
Any other station to Saloniki for taxi or push?
Olympic 892,
Yeah, Olympic 892, taxi Alpha 4 Alpha, number 2, for holding point 16.
Alpha number 2, Olympic 892.
Agent 1 Sierra Romeo,
So I'll have that ready for you in a second. 1 moment.
1 Whiskey, flight level 160, and Skok 7047.
Right, there we go.
15 initial high 1.
Now I can show that a bit better because I can highlight things here. Right, so we were in the approach. Actually, well, yeah, we were in the approach, and then there was a lot of snowfall that evening. So we had bad storms over large parts of Europe. And for example, it was in the evening when we arrived, like 10:30, 11 in the evening. And Vienna was already closed because of snowfall. And runway 31 right was closed due to snow removal in Budapest. So the information we got was that braking action was medium for 3-1 left. So we calculated everything for medium poor. So in hindsight, I actually calculated the required landing distance for medium poor conditions. Right? They had snow cover on the runway, and so you can see that it has 3,000 meter runway. So it does have quite a long runway. And usually, if you have a light aircraft, then you can land and, you know, with auto brake medium, land and be able to stop here and then vacate Bravo 2 and get to the apron quickly. Because if you miss that taxiway, then you have to go all the way down to Charlie or Delta, then taxi back, cross, right, and then get to the apron. So it's a long time. It takes a very long time to taxi back. Now, ahead of us was a Ryanair aircraft. Now, I'm not bashing Ryanair, don't get me wrong. It could have been any aircraft, but at this evening, it was a Ryanair aircraft. And so, the Ryanair was ahead of us. We were in the approach. The Ryanair landed and apparently missed Bravo 2. And what they did, they stopped, turned around on the runway without clearance. So Tower didn't know they actually turned around to taxi back to vacate via Bravo 2 because they didn't want to taxi all the way around, right? They thought it's quicker turning around. So my first officer, he was, I was pilot flying. I was very concentrating on flying the aircraft. And he asked me, when we were about 1,000 feet, he asked me, do you know where the Ryanair is? Has he vacated? And obviously, because of snowfall, we couldn't see anything at that point. And so I said, well, ask the tower. So my co-pilot asked the tower, what's the position of the Ryanair? And the Ryanair reported, we were backtracking, but it's more slippery than expected. So we got the call to go around. So we did a missed approach. And then, we decided, we discussed this. We were thinking about, you know, should we divert or, you know, should we ask for snow removal? I mean, we had lots of extra fuel. But in the end, we said, well, because of the fact that we had calculated braking action medium poor, and with the report, the coefficient they measured, we determined that we have like 400 meters buffer, which should be fine. Right. So they measured the coefficient again and reported again braking action medium. Right. So we said, okay, all good. So we approached the runway again. We landed, and I briefed a touchdown. You know, quick touchdown, not much flare, exactly as planned. Touchdown right, 1,000-foot marker. Spoilers came out, and there was no decel, so no deceleration on the auto brakes. And I then went on manual brakes, so put full brake pressure on, and I could feel immediately the anti-skid working. So max reverse, which I briefed as well. So max reverse, and then very poor braking action, right? And so the whole deceleration was so unusually low, because normally you have very good braking action, right? But since you only had the aerodynamic braking available through the thrust reverse or the spoilers, the overall deceleration just was so slow. And that is just, for us pilots, so unusual. And I mean, we vacated right at the end, Delta. So the calculations we made were correct, right? So medium poor as a braking action was correct. And the calculations were correct, right? But it was just unusual because when the red and white lights started, indicating that we have 900 meters remaining, that was a weird feeling. right? And then we had the red lights, 1,000 feet remaining, so 300 meters remaining to the end. We were still like, I would say maybe 40 knots on speed. So it was such a weird feeling to actually have to use the whole runway. Yeah, and then we taxied back. And but I have to say, it was one of those very rare moments. It was one of those very rare moments that I honestly thought, wow, okay, so if you know, this could be one of those situations that we may end up right past the runway. Yeah, he's so busy. I need to contact.
132-975, bye bye.
Hello,
Transavia 22, descent flight level 90.
Hang on.
Descent 90, Transavia 22.
Lufthansa 711. Shall we switch to Asia?
Yes, sir. 3055. Good day.
3055. Thank you. Bye bye. Other air control. Good evening. Lufthansa 711 Super level 400.
711 hello, identified.
Right, there we go. Yeah, so Taylor West, also real world pilot, you know, may have had the same kind of situation at some point. On a slippery runway, would you low brakes give more braking performance than higher settings? No. No, so the thing is, Ghost, you know, just like on a car, the anti-skid system is designed to allow for the best possible braking action for the wheels. So, you know, what you have to avoid, obviously, is skidding tires. Right? So that's what you have to avoid. The thing is that when you do your calculations, so your landing calculations, let me just check if I can, if there's a possibility here to go condition. No, you just have dry and wet. So unfortunately here I can't show that.
Speedbird 69 Alpha requesting descent.
So obviously when you do your calculations on a dry or wet runway, so braking action good or dry, then obviously the main braking force comes from your wheels, right? So the contact of the tires with the runway pavement, even if it's a wet runway, is so good that you can apply a lot of force, so braking force, from the tires onto the tarmac, right? So that's your main means of braking on a dry and you know, a good conditioned runway, a wet runway. The effectiveness of the spoilers and the reverse thrust is there, but the thing is that the spoilers work best at high speed, right? So the aerodynamic force, the braking force that is applied, gets less and less and less the slower you are, right? So if you do, you know, if you, just an example, let's say you land on a 4,000 meter runway and you're allowed to let the aircraft roll down the runway to vacate far down the runway because your parking spot is somewhere on the opposite side of the airport. Frankfurt, for example, 07 right, very often, if you parked in the east of the airport, they will allow you to vacate via Mike 9. That's like 3,000 meters down the runway. So in these rare cases, we would land with auto brake off. And then you still have to, though, by procedure, you have to have the spoilers activate and you have to have reverse at least idle. That is mandatory, right? And spoilers and idle reverse, that alone has an incredible braking force if you're fast. So let's say you're at 140 knots, that has a very noticeable braking force already. So you can see a nice deceleration on the speed tape. The thing is, though, as you slow down, that braking force just gets less and less and less, right? I mean, reverse thrust or max reverse thrust obviously does have a bit more impact, but that's also limited, right? So again, the main braking force that you can apply is always through the wheels and the brakes there. So when you do calculations, or when you actually have a runway that is contaminated and that doesn't allow for the wheels to apply much braking force onto the tarmac, then the whole calculation, so that the required landing distance increases greatly, hugely. And that is due to the fact that with braking action, let's say medium poor, right? So that's in between medium and poor, medium poor, you get landing distance that are like 2,500 meters on a 320, maybe even 2,500 meters. And that has to do just with the simple fact that the main braking force is only through your spoilers and the reverse thrust, right? And again, that is something we are not used to. So like 99.9% of all landings, when you touch down, you feel a deceleration force. And I mean feel, like the G load, the G force you feel, right? If you touch down on the very slippery runway and suddenly everything's normal, everything is exactly as it should be, exactly as you calculated. However, you kind of get alarmed by the fact that the body impression you have, so the bodily feeling you have regarding missing G load for the deceleration, that is concerning. And that is something that, well, you don't really train, right? So being in that situation where you touch down, spoilers, reversers, no decel, and then you look at the speed tape, and the speed just decreases ever so slowly. And, you know, the runway is going by, but the deceleration is just so slow. And that's so unusual. And then in the end, you know, for the last 300 meters, you're like, okay, we're going to make it. But man, that is close. You really don't have much buffer. For me, that had a very, very interesting kind of effect that it really showed me that you have to be so careful when you get an aircraft and the runway condition where, let's say you only have like 2,200 meters runway length, and you calculate with the expected braking coefficient, and you only have a 100-meter buffer, right? I mean, the calculations give you some more buffer internally, but that is still, it can happen that you actually need that calculated landing distance, right? Maybe you flare a bit longer, right? Maybe you apply the brakes a bit delayed or whatever. The thing is that the 100-meter buffer can really be chewed up really quickly if you're not careful by flaring way too long or not applying max reverse thrust that you've calculated with, or have the spoilers not activate as they should be. So yeah, the margins in contaminated runways is a lot less compared to dry and wet runways. Hey, Oliver Garrett. Yeah, my pleasure. So again, you know, I'm always fascinated here on VATSIM that it is so real-like. It is so realistic. So the whole communications, the dialects, even, it's fantastic. It's just it's a service, and I just don't say that. I really mean that. I'm really grateful for having people on VATSIM, the controllers, with that dedication to give us pilots this absolutely amazing immersion. Really great.
Olympic 063, contact Adria 130.450.
Yeah, I think I did activate that. So the nav light, right? That is working. The logo light is working. Can I have a look outside? Yeah. That is working.
With 69 Alpha, descent to 8,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Descend 8,000 QNH 1012 for speedbird 69 Alpha.
Does the anti-skid give you feedback in the brake pedals? Yes. So when the anti-skid is active, you will feel a vibration in the brake pedals, just like in the car. Yeah, good question. Yeah, you can feel that. And it's concerning when you actually feel that in the aircraft. It is a bit concerning. No, that you don't feel that very often. No, absolutely.
Lufthansa 711 released from Adria. Contact Adria radar 130.450. Goodbye.
130.450. Thank you much. Bye bye. Lufthansa 711.
Goodbye.
Heraklion.
Aviation Bravo Adria, hello. Trip to destination, Sipal 1 Whiskey, departure runway 05, initial climb 5,000, scoop 5216.
Tail West, are you still in?
Initial climb 5,000 feet and the squawk 5216.
I have a question for you. Nothing bad, don't worry. Do they replicate this feeling in the simulator? Yes. Yeah, Tail West, so let me just do the call to ATC and then I have a question for you. Dre West, good evening from Lufthansa 711 Super, level 400.
Lufthansa 711 Super, Adria, good evening, identified.
So, yes, so Tail West, you are an instructor, right? So, do you sometimes take final check rides? So you have a new captain, right? He's gone through all the training, and then do you sit here for like 10 sectors and then really closely monitor his performance or her performance, and then determine in the end, you know, pass or fail? Do you do that sometimes?
Adria, very good evening, Ryanair 270 Lima Juliet with you, flight level.
Yeah, okay. So, Tail West, then how do you handle that? Do you stay very quiet all along? Or would you at some point tell the applicant, you know, if he's doing well, would you tell him or her, you know, good job up to now? Or would you just stay completely silent until the end? Okay, so actually that's your kind of normal procedure, that you don't say anything, you just sit there quietly, you don't intervene unless it's just, yeah, of course. So, but I mean, like, you know, from a kind of just communication standpoint, like you know, to make the pilot relax a little bit. Okay. Another question is, Tail West, would you so obviously. Yeah, Tail West says, because if I'm in the back, then it means that he should... No, I mean, Tail West, I mean, you're on the observer seat here, right? On the observer seat. All right, so you're monitoring here on the observer seat. Not the back as passenger backs. I mean, like, you know, observer.
9 Alpha, contact Adria East 130.550. Bye-bye.
130.550, and 87 Alpha.
Yeah, so let me just go through what I had in my captain's training then, okay? So initially, you go through simulator. You have type rating, you go through simulator training, and then when you go into the line training, you obviously sit here on the left-hand seat. Now, at the beginning, the check captain, so the instructor, takes the right-hand seat. And then you fly maybe, I don't know, 30 sectors. I don't remember exactly how many flights that was. So you fly for 30 flights, right? We're talking about short range. And then you will get your readies to continue then for it was called the confidence phase. So the confidence phase means the instructor sits on the observer seat here, and you get a normal first officer, usually a very experienced first officer, but then you have that normal crew complement, right? You as the captain as, you know, or commander in training, captain in training. You sit on the left-hand seat, as you should, and then you have a normal first officer on the right-hand seat. And then you fly for another, I don't know, 20 sectors maybe, and you get your first ready. So every time, every rotation, so after, let's say, 10 flights, 15 flights, you have a new instructor behind you. And then you get your grades, right? You get graded for every flight or every rotation. If you have any deficiencies, they will be noted down. If you're very good at something, that will be noted down. You know, all the aspects, right? Workload management, command abilities, hand flying, autopilot usage, etc., etc. So everything's being graded. Now, when after a certain minimum amount of flights, the first instructor is happy with your progress, he will give you the first ready for final check. Then you go on another 1 or 2 rotations, and then another instructor, usually a more senior instructor, he will then give you the second ready for final check, right? And then you get your final check, right? And usually that's a minimum of 10 flights. A minimum of 10 flights, right? So you have a rotation, let's say it's a 5-day rotation with 14 flights. You have to do a minimum of 10 flights to then finally be passing your check ride and then get your 4th stripe and be upgraded to captain. Now for me, I had little issues, right? So I was happy, I was hand flying nicely, you know, I've got, you know, gotten good satisfactory grades, etc. So I got the final check ride, and I got a captain who was fair, but he was like, yeah, he said nothing, right? So he was just sitting there, and so the question is to you, Tail West, do you ask on the final check ride, do you ask things about, you know, limitations, things about rules and regulations, aircraft stuff? Do you actually ask your, you know, your captain in training or on the final check? Is that something you're supposed to do? Or do you actually stay completely quiet? Tail West writes, do you have the same? Simulators first sectors will be check captain on the right, and sectors will be what we call CRM sectors. These sectors are checked based on the competencies, and yours is based on a different first officer. Okay, yeah. No, if we sit in the back on the third competency, we do not talk unless safety. Nice, okay, cool. So I'll give you so we talked about this yesterday in the German live stream. So on my final check ride, I mean, some things bound to go wrong, right? So, you're bound to get some things happen to you, and being confronted with that, obviously, you weren't confronted with prior, right? So it was hot summer, August, hot summer week, up to 35 degrees Celsius. On the 737, that usually meant very hot cockpits. So quite stressful. We had some interesting destinations with Amsterdam, Paris, Nice. So, you know, some airports that require good knowledge. They have some complicated approach procedures, or, you know, complicated taxi procedures. And on one of those mornings, when we departed, or actually wanted to depart, we had an issue with a passenger. So I got a call on my phone from the gate agent, and he was telling me that he had a passenger here who wants to fly, you know, with us to Frankfurt and then connect onwards to the US, and that he had a portable liquid oxygen container with him because he needed oxygen all the time. All right. So I was aware of that passenger because on our list that we get, he was highlighted as a passenger that needs oxygen all the time, and our maintenance installed a kit, an oxygen supply kit, that we have specially for the aircraft. So it's specially rated. It's secure. It's safe. So that's what those people have to use on board, right? So I said, well, we have that on board for him. So he can leave his oxygen behind, right? He doesn't need that on board. And then he said, no, he refuses to take that off. He wants to take that on board. And I was like, well, you know most of the regulations, right? But this is one of the special things with dangerous goods. And then I scrambled into my documents and went through the documents trying to find some hard proof that liquid oxygen containers are not allowed on flights. On passenger flights, right? So I went through the documents and I found this section, and then I said to the check captain, okay, I'm going to go to the gate and talk to the passenger and have a look at the equipment he has. And so I went up and he was standing there and he had a green oxygen bottle around him, right? And I said to him, I'm sorry, but So he said, well, what do you mean I can't take that on board? You have those on board yourself. And I was like, shit, he's right. We do. But that's our emergency equipment. That's something different. And so, and again, those cylinders are especially for aircraft. They have been tested. They've been certified, right? Now, if you come along, as a passenger and bring your own oxygen bottle, that's not certified, right? So then I said, well, no, I'm pretty sure that this is not allowed. So for now, I have to deny you the boarding. I can't take you on board.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel.
So I went back to the aircraft and I was like, shoot, I've got to make a decision now. And that is not so easy because as a passenger, when you buy your flight ticket, right, you have bought a transportation contract. Hey, Adiola, thanks so much. Good evening to you. Thank you for the 4 months. That's really kind. Thank you. And thanks for the wishes regarding the partner jubilee. So me as a captain, of course I can deny boarding, right? So I can for certain reasons, like if someone is intoxicated, under drugs or under alcohol, if he's aggressive, if he's already in a threatening behavior, I can definitely offload someone and deny boarding, right? And I have to do that. The thing is, though, when you offload someone because of like an issue with the oxygen cylinder there, as an example, you have to be sure about the rules and regulations, right? You just cannot take your gut feeling and say, right, no, I'm not going to take him, all right? So you're going to have to, because theoretically, right, if he's got an important meeting, let's say he has an important schedule in the US for a surgery or something, right? And then I deny the boarding, and he gets some really bad health issue because of that, because now he has to wait another half a year to get a new appointment. These decisions can have great results, or negative results. So you have to be careful with such decisions, right? So I went back on board. I asked my check captain. I said, hey, you know what? You've heard what the problem is, and he has a liquid oxygen bottle, and for my understanding and how I interpret the rules and regulations, I can't take him on board. So I'm going to offload him. I'm not going to allow him to board the aircraft. If there's anything I'm missing here, please tell me, right? And I already saw that he was already looking through the documents as well. And so he said to me, he said, well, you're the captain. And I'm like, oh, shoot, right? Come on, let me off the hook, right? And he said, no, it's your final check, right? You're the captain, right? And I'm like, okay, so here's my call. I'm going to offload him. And he said, yeah, do so. Yeah. And man, and so I did. I had him offloaded. He wasn't allowed on board. I said to him again. I said, we have oxygen for you. It's just that I cannot let you on board with my bottle. So you're going to have to leave the bottle here. And he said, no, he's not going to do that because he needs the oxygen. And I'm like, well, then I can't, you know, if there's no other way. And I asked the agent, is there a way, you know, we can get some other service to get him into the aircraft? And he said, no, they don't have that here. And I said, well, you know, these are your options. Then I'm sorry, then I can't take you on the flight. If you don't accept our oxygen system, right? Yeah, so that's a little excursion into the kind of, you know, problems you run into sometimes, and where you have to make a decision, right? And of course, that was on the final check ride, right? So on we go, and we flew to Amsterdam on that day. That was day 3 or day 4 or something. And then that was like sector 7, 8, right? Everything was going quite well. I was quite happy. And then we were in Amsterdam. And so, of course, we landed 18 right. And, you know, long taxiing. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with Amsterdam. Let me just get the chart out. And it's so typical, right? Me on my final check ride. Why did the PAX decide like that? Yeah, he said he's just concerned. He's concerned that if he doesn't stay on oxygen all the time, that he's going to run into problems. And so I said, well, you should have voiced that prior to departure, you know, prior to coming to the airport, so that maybe they would have had a chance to see if there's other means. Now in Frankfurt, for example, the fire brigade actually has a special ambulance that is capable of transporting these kind of passengers from one aircraft to the other. That is possible, but you have to know them a couple of days prior, right? You just can't turn up at the airport and then say, here I am, now do something. Right? It doesn't work that way. But in Düsseldorf, they didn't have that, so there's just no way that I could do that. Right, let me just show you guys Amsterdam then, all right? So you land on 18 right, and the terminal is down here. So you have a really long taxi in. Takes like 10-15 minutes to taxi in. And as luck has it, we departed. Well, we had 2-4 for departure all the time, planned. ATIS 2-4, and we asked for the clearance about 10 minutes prior departure, and he said, cleared, depart, so-and-so, 36 left. And we're like, no. We had 2-4, no, they just changed runways. You're going to depart 36 left. And I thought, you know, seriously? Right? I mean, you know, that's like this moment. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, that kind of moment. So we had to replan everything, right? Replan everything with calculations, with a setup in the FMS, performance calculations, briefing, blah, 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 right? And yeah, and then we taxied out. And of course, because of that, we had delay. So we arrived in Frankfurt with 30-minute delay, connecting onwards to Nice. We had an outside position in Frankfurt, so we scrambled and, you know, tried to turn around the aircraft as quickly as possible. And then the ramp agent comes to me and says, "Oh, Captain, I don't have any luggage here." And I'm like, "What do you mean you don't have any luggage?" "Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know," he looked at his iPad and he said, "There's no luggage here." I'm like, well, you know, then look for it, right? You know, we need luggage. And he said, "Yeah, I'll call you," right? So, yeah, about 10-15 minutes later, I asked him again, "So what's the luggage?" He said, "Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know if any luggage will arrive here at the aircraft." And so I called Operations Center. I told them, "Hey, we got problems with the luggage. You know, would you allow us to delay the flight for 15 or 20 minutes?" And they said, "No." Right? Yeah, GSX IRL, exactly, right? So he said, no, you can't. We need the aircraft in the rotation, you know, as quickly as possible. You know, yeah, not approved, right? So, and I'm like, you've got to be joking. Imagine that, 130 passengers, 140 passengers, and you arrive in Nice, and then you go to the luggage belt, and the only people that collect the luggage is the crew. Can you imagine that? Right? So I was like, no, I would have to, I would have to tell the passengers, right? And then I thought, well, when do you tell them? Do I tell them prior to departure? And then what if some people want to leave the aircraft? They don't want to fly along, right? So it's these kind of thoughts that you have on your final check ride, right? Now, luckily, here's the thing. So I played cool, right? I went all in. So the captain, I saw he was grinning. So the check captain, he was grinning. He said, right, perfect kind of conditions to check the captain, right? So he was grinning, and I'm like, oh. So I played it cool. I said to my first officer, I tell you what, let's just continue normally. I'm pretty optimistic the luggage will arrive, So another thing is, so we have a flight plan, right? So everything on the flight plan is set for the normal loading. So of course, when dispatch gives you a flight plan, they calculate with your zero fuel weight, assuming you will have the passengers, including the luggage on board, right? So of course, if you suddenly have no luggage, it's lost less weight. That means you have less fuel burn. Now here was the problem. We got a flight plan with tankering, right? So we had a flight plan. That means you take the fuel for the return flight as well, making the aircraft a lot heavier. And also, Nice has an approach or star that is prone to get lots of shortcuts. So you have to be careful about your max landing weight, right, on the 320, or that was on the 737 back then. So we were already very, very close with the margin regarding max landing weight. All right. So if you have less luggage, yes, you have less weight, but you have also less fuel burn. Now, in the end, of course, it will equal out, right? So you would not have a problem with max landing weight. But these are kind of the implications some of these things may have, right? So it's not just a matter of, oh, okay, the luggage isn't there, or some passengers aren't there. No, you have to consider that regarding your fuel burn. And so usually, if we are 3 tons heavier on the flight plan, we need to get a new flight plan. So we have to get a new flight plan, right, to get the fuel burn right and the trip fuel, etc. If it's lighter by more than 3 tons, we can get a new flight plan. Now, I would always suggest getting a new flight plan, because you get an actual calculation with the fuel, with the landing weights, etc., with the fuel burn. So I do always look for a new flight plan. The thing was, though, back then in 2007, we didn't have we had an EFB, but we didn't have connectivity, meaning that we couldn't get the flight plan over the EFB or the ACAR system. So if we get a new flight plan or want a new flight plan, we have to send someone out to the aircraft to get us a new paper flight plan. So again, it's these things, these kind of things that go through your mind in these situations. And we talked about myself, just being a first officer half a year ago, right? I'm not a experienced captain, right? I had a good training, obviously, but there's always some situations that you haven't been through, right? So there's nothing you can count on, apart from, of course, the experience from my first officer. And that's always a great way of getting some inputs. All right. It's EDDF. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it would have to come to operations center somewhere from the station. Yeah, they have to print it out and then get it to the aircraft. Yeah. So hey Yoshi. Exactly. So Brad, exactly that. I thought, honestly, sometimes some situations I thought, I'm sure they have actors. Right, they do that on purpose, just to make sure that you get some situations where you have to prove yourself, as a, captain. So, I mean, that was another situation. So I was like playing cool, but internally I was like, oh shit. What if the luggage doesn't come? What am I going to do? How am I going to tell the passengers, right? So many thoughts go through your brain, right, at that moment, and I'm kind of gambling, right, playing it cool. But it was so hot in the flight deck. I remember that so well. And then, luckily, like 70 or 80% of the luggage arrived before departure, so we were able to get on board and then depart. Now, here was the thing, though. So Tail West. That's the reason why I asked you if you guys ask about limitations. So. Finally, after a really stressful transit in a very hot cockpit, and for engine start, remember you switch off the packs on the 737, right? Meaning it gets so much hotter so quickly in the cockpit. So we were starting the engine, and as the N2 revs up, the check captain suddenly asks me, all right, so what's the minimum N2 for you to be allowed to get the fuel control switch to run? And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Look, you've just seen what we've been through here in the road. Like, I'm happy. I'm just finally getting, 20 seconds of peace and quiet. And now you're asking me about a limitation. I mean, that question was silly anyways. I think it was 20%, the minimum rotation that you need for N2. That was such a easy question, right? You're starting to like this check captain. Well, Tail West, so here's my reaction. So I turned around to him, I said, you know what? Not now. I said, not now. And he was like, huh? What do you mean not now? And I said, just do me a favor, just give me like a bit of a break here, right? We can ask me in cruise flight anything you want, but right now, I just need a couple of minutes of peace and quiet. Thank you. That's what I said to him. I was stressed out. I'm not gonna lie, I was stressed out. I was like, not now, all right? Because the thing is this. You always wonder, is he like testing your aptitude? Is he like testing how far, I'm being allowed to be pushed before I stop something, right? And you hear scribble on paper, yeah, exactly. So I thought, maybe he's doing that on purpose to trying to poke me, to put a stop. Yeah, exactly. Set a boundary, right? You don't know. So I said to him, not now. Okay, give me a break. You can ask me in flight. And at least I got my peace and quiet. And I saw the look on the face of the first officer. He's like, uh-oh. And right, so we get airborne, okay? We get airborne. And during cruise flight, the check captain goes outside. He closes the door, and I'm alone with the first officer. And that was like the 12th flight or 13th flight, and I'm like, he should have given me my 4th stripe. So I asked my first officer, I was like, hey, is there anything I'm doing wrong, or what's your impression? Did I do something really badly wrong, or why didn't he say up to now that I've passed the check right? It's my 13th flight now. Now what I didn't know is this was all planned, right? So the check captain actually wanted to give me my 4th stripe in Nice, so that the whole crew, so us as a whole crew, can go and celebrate in the evening, all right? So get a nice meal, etc. I didn't know that, right? So I was like, oh, he's just trying to put me, into a bad spot here, trying to see when I fail something, or make a big mistake or something, so that he can fail my check right. I was getting annoyed, right? I was like, now you just have to realize that we're talking about a phase of half a year of you know, very stressful times. So the whole training just, you know, goes so quickly, and there's just so much stuff you have to learn and get used to. And of course, you know, that is supposed to be the way it is. I mean, that's a good thing, the way you're being put under pressure, because in the end, they have to make sure that you can handle, you know, the worst kind of situations. Right? So, you know, half year after, you know, after half year of training, of really, really strict and hefty training, there has to come a point where you get your final check ride, and you have to prove that you are capable of commanding, you know, the crew, and you know, take responsibility of everything, and then, you know, go on your way, right, as a captain. Now, again, I didn't know, so I was like, great, you know, now we go to Nice, and then tomorrow we've got another 3 or 4 flights, right? So I was a bit frustrated, I admit that. So. Yeah, and he knew what was coming. He was like, oh, you know, but you're doing so well, you know, don't get upset, you know, you're doing well, you know, just continue. And I'm like, yeah, of course I'm going to continue, right? But man, you know, I wish I would, you know, this thing would end finally. But in the end, and we got to the hotel, and yeah, the check captain then made a little speech in the lobby with the crew being there, and, you know, said, hey, we've got something to celebrate. We've got a new captain now, and yeah, he gave me then the 4 stripes, and that's a moment I will never forget. That was one of the, apart from, I think that the absolute coolest moment was when I was there at the birth of my daughters. That will definitely be always the most memorable one. But the second most memorable one is then being you know, upgraded to being a captain. That was an absolute amazing feeling, you know, having achieved that final step for the upgrade. Now, I mean, as pilot Joe always puts it, or Captain Joe always puts it, right? A good pilot is always learning, meaning that yes, you are the captain now. You've got the you know, you've got the thing it takes to be a captain, right? But it doesn't mean that you've stopped learning or that you're perfect. No, far from it. And I remember that I'm not gonna say who it was, but a very prominent person who used to be my my chief pilot. We had a 5-day seminar, a command upgrade seminar, which was great. And he was there one evening, and we all had a couple of drinks together. And he said something I will always remember. He said, guys, be aware, when you're captain, every day you will have to make a ton of decisions, many decisions. And I can tell you now that some of those decisions that you're going to make are not the best ones. All right? It's just, you can't be perfect. You will have days where you make a decision and you find out afterwards that maybe it wasn't the best decision. All right? There could have been an even better decision to do. But he said, that's not the point. The point is that you always make a decision that is safe, right? Even if it costs money, even if it's delays, right? Even if it means more fuel, if it means you're going to leave an aircraft on the ground because of some technical issue. He said, whatever decision you make, your main priority is to make sure that it's always a safe decision. And then just accept the fact that, you know, whatever, even sometimes little decisions mean more fuel burn, delay or whatever, right? You can't always make perfect decisions. That's not possible. Right? Taylor writes, and then all of a sudden you will have no failures, no scenarios until you are back for the annual launch. Yeah, okay, so that's another interesting kind of topic. So I've talked about this. Let me just get my pen and paper out for you guys.
Runway descent 200 altitude to Lima arrival, RS30, visa 425.
Because yesterday we had another topic with complacency. And complacency is something that I commented on yesterday. That is one of the worst things for pilots, kind of the worst traps for pilots to fall into. So complacency can happen, for example, when you have long periods where nothing happens. So you don't have any, technical issues. You don't make any bigger mistakes, and you get a kind of a wrong sense of safety feeling, right? Because safety is something that you have to work for very hard every day, right? It's not given to you, right? You have to prove yourself. You have to be, you have to be making decisions that are safe every day, and never let up. Never have a feeling that you're so perfect, right? You're so good, and hey, because I'm so good, right? Everything's running so smoothly. Right? No, never ever think that. And never let Murphy hear that. Right? Murphy's going to slap you for sure. Right. So another interesting kind of thing that we have to consider. So here's an axis, right? So here's time on the lower axis, and here is knowledge. Right? Right, so, or knowledge, experience. Okay, so let me put experience in green. Right, so, when you do your training, okay, so let's do your type rating, you do your simulator check rides, where, you have engine failures, many engine failures you practice with, hydraulic issues, flaps issues, gear issues, fires, smoke, whatever, right? You go through all of the abnormals, and so many simulator missions. You do your type rating theory, you do your computer-based training stuff. So you start out with a very high knowledge level, right? So over time, your knowledge level will drop down. Let me just make that a bit better. So your knowledge level will drop down. Why? Well, because you work. Because, you have other things to worry about in your daily kind of business, right? So it's a natural thing that your overall knowledge level decreases over time. Now, of course, that is assuming you don't look into your manuals regularly, right? So there's a way to mitigate that problem, that threat, if you like. Now, on the other hand, your experience level goes up over time. Not sure if you can see that. Let me just make that a bit... right, so knowledge level goes up. Knowledge level goes down, experience level goes up. The problem is, as your experience goes up, you sometimes get a false feeling of being knowledgeable. Right? Now the thing is, and that's a mean thing really, the mean thing is that you don't know if you forget some, if you lose some information in your memory, right? So the only way you will find out that you've forgotten about something, that you lost that kind of knowledge, is because you're being confronted with a situation where you need to call up that piece of knowledge, right? And then suddenly you realize, oh shoot, I don't have that information. I don't have that knowledge, right? So pilots, there's other professions as well, right? But obviously pilots definitely need to have that self-motivation to continuously study the manuals, right? To maintain a high knowledge level, all right? And that is something that is expected of you, obviously, right? And And if you do that, right, so from your own motivation, then of course you have an optimum kind of level where you gain experience and also you have a high knowledge level. And that is a combination that means that you be, whenever you're confronted with a very, let's say, complex abnormal, that you will be able to handle those a lot better, right? So the half-yearly check rides are a good thing, and they're necessary, because that way pilots are being forced to study their manuals over and over again. So your whole flying career means that you're being forced to study, forced to revise. Exactly, that's why we have these refreshers. And it's extremely important. But nonetheless, since you can't test everything in those check rides, again, pilots need to have a very high own motivation level to study, to self-study, right? That's really, really important. How would you rate your knowledge currently? Nicolas, actually pretty good, because I have many simulator missions. So right now, I not only have my half-yearly check rides, I'm actually in the simulator almost every month. So we have what we call competency check ride, competency simulator missions. For example, on Sunday, this Sunday, I actually have an extra 4-hour sim mission to try out or to practice again, right? So we have that, and of course there's always many topics that you be tested on and rated on, etc. So for me personally, since I do have, of course, then a self-motivation to study and make sure that I don't make a fool out of myself, because in these check rides, right, you don't look stupid, do you? Right, you want to look competent, especially as a captain. I think there's nothing worse than sitting there and not knowing, important stuff. Right, that's just embarrassing. Right, so again, you have a natural high motivation level to make sure you're keeping your knowledge up to date and at high levels.
711, leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom, enjoy landing in Frankfurt. Bye bye.
As always, a pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. And we're switching to Unicom Lufthansa 711. Bye-bye. But what you constantly learn is only about your own plane. Well, no, not just that. You always have rules and regulations, right? There's lots of things that you have to refresh. Not just the type rating things, if you like. Yeah, exactly. So Taylor West was saying that all of a sudden you have no failures, no scenarios until you're back for the annual check ride. Yeah, so of course, as you start out then on your normal flying as a captain, yeah, your knowledge level drops naturally, and then the first check ride obviously is very intense, right? Because you've been busy, enjoying normal flying. But then comes the check ride again, right? Where you have to prove that you know your stuff, right? You can handle all of the abnormals. The replay, please. I can feel or can see that the performance gets hit a bit heftier on the fly-by-wire. Now I have a very strong PC, so for me, I can still run this with frame generation at nice 60 FPS, that's fine. But definitely this thing is a bit more intensive compared to some other add-ons, yeah. Do you look forward to the check rides? In the meantime, yeah, I do actually, Mark. I do. So if like in my case, I've done 80, 90 check rides. So I've had many simulator missions. And I also have a very high experience level, right? So it's a combination that I feel very comfortable with. Now, again, careful. not trying to get complacent, right? Hence, I do prepare, I do give it my best, and I wanna be good, right? I wanna get good grades, right? So that's my ultimate goal, obviously. But those check rides have become more and more relaxed. Yeah. We have a pool of topics, Marvin. So I've already explained as well some time ago that the authorities have set up a kind of a how would you say?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box.
Like a check catalog.
Could new subscribers please make your
so they make sure that every 4 years you have all the topics covered.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Plantyro. Hello. Plantiro. Sorry for the bad pronunciation. Plantiro. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I hope you're doing well. And that's really kind of you. Thank you for the support. Yeah, so you can imagine that, you know, an aircraft like, let's say the A380, for example, right? It has lots of systems, right? So you have engine, you have bleed system, environmental system, so pressurization system, you have electronics, AC, DC, air conditioning, you have hydraulics, you have fuel, you have wheel, you have flight control, many things, many systems, complicated systems that have many different sorts of failures available, right? Now, a 4-hour flight sim mission is not enough time to cover all of these failures. ACDC. So that means you have to go sequentially, and, you know, within 4 years, you make sure that all of the topics are covered. So right now, we have coming up. Let's see what we have coming up currently. We have. I know what it's fuel we have, because fuel leak is one topic. Then we have flight controls. Let me just see what else we have. So day one, as I mentioned, day one, the first 2 hours is evaluation. So we have some sort of mission with some scenario. So we have adverse weather, we have a windshield recovery, crosswind landing. Then we have a navigation system abnormal, and we have maybe some autoflight problem. So we have a rough idea what may happen, but we don't exactly know what failure we're going to get, right? So that's the first 2 hours. The second 2 hours on the first day, then it's the normal maneuvering training, meaning we have engine out, we have low vis, we have emergency descent, and we have some other things like TCAS, ground proximity warning, that sort of stuff, go around. And that's the first day. So the second day, we have, navigation is a big topic. It could be GPS failure, it could be GPS spoofing, it could be autopilot failure, anything really with, you know, navigation and autoflight systems. Topics, again, we have smoke. That's also, you know, giving options regarding many different abnormals. But yeah, so over a time frame of about 3 to 4 years, you go through all of the different topics, all of the different systems, just to make sure that you come in contact regularly with all the abnormals. Hey, the replay, yeah, fantastic. My pleasure. Now, the thing also, now you can talk to your colleagues and say, hey, have you flown the latest check ride in the sim? And they will say, yeah. And so you can ask him, okay, what did you have? And then they will tell you, oh, we had a flap drive issue. It doesn't mean that you're going to have flap drive, right? It could happen that you're going to have flap lever fault, and maybe you have flap control fault. So they have, you know, they have different options to fail something. So, you know, talking to your buddies doesn't mean, you know, you're better prepared. There's a big catalog of things that can go wrong. In the end, again, so the check rides, as we call them check rides, I mean, the official wording is evidence-based training these days, right? It means that you have an instructor that will give you some scenarios, and then he or she will monitor your performance, and then he or she will grade you in many different areas. Like I said, right? Your workload management, stress management, your manual flying skills, use of automation, CRM, knowledge level, technical knowledge level, etc., right? So many different areas that are being graded, and then if he or she finds out that maybe, hey, you know, he's been struggling a bit with decision making, right? So he's good in analyzing, and he's good at hand flying, etc., but he's got problems, you know, getting to a good decision, or he's spending, you know, maybe he's spending too much time on finding a decision, right? That should come quicker. And then you have, you know, on the second day, you have the option to select certain scenarios that train that deficiency, right? So again, it's not so much saying, oh, you know, you don't know this or you don't know that. No, it's like, right, okay, we're noticing that you may have some deficiency in that area. Let's train that, right? Let's make you better, right? And that's the thing. That's really the new kind of concept, which I think is a good thing. Oops. That was my controller again. I keep dropping my controller on the floor, man. Yes, we do train pilot capacitation. Yep, we do that. Yeah. And believe it or not, so here's a cool thing. So we do wear headsets in the simulator, right? So, for example, and it happened last year actually. So the instructor sits at his panel there. He's got two big screens where he can select all the environmental stuff, the failures, etc. So, but he can also talk to us individually. So he can actually just direct, try to put a direct line to my headset, and then he will whisper. He'll say, "Hey, after we're gonna have a go around, and then after the go around, so once you call go around, right? So I'm the pilot flying. So once you go around, you put the thrust levers to toga, or you press toga, and then you pitch up, and then you're going to be incapacitated, right? So you're going to be obviously be incapacitated. So you're going to let go of the yoke or the stick, and then the first officer has to take over, right? So this is the cool thing. So the first officer doesn't hear that. Right, so he doesn't know she doesn't know what's coming. So, yeah, that's kind of incapacitation training, right, where the FO has to take over and then fly the aircraft on its own. Well, I mean, the two-pilot incapacitation, you don't really go through that, because it's like, it's the same thing. Like, you can have multiple failures, but you know, you don't do failures that are so complex that that may lead to a crash. You don't want to do that. That's negative training, right? Yeah, I'm kind of destroying my setup. Yeah. Oh, Mark, I would. Yeah, I would definitely enjoy it. Yeah. It does sometimes happen that you don't agree with the training captain's option. I've had 2 moments in my career where that did happen, and where I was quite drastic in my reaction. So it can happen. The thing is, though, it will happen very rarely, and usually the check captain is right. He's correct, right? So. But yeah, sometimes they you know, check captains aren't perfect per se, so there may something, you know, maybe there was a change in regulations at some point, and maybe the check captain missed that. It can happen. It happens rarely, but I mean, normally the captain is. I give a little example, okay? So I had one instance on a 320 where we had a scenario. We're flying from Frankfurt to Hamburg, and we had a very complex electric abnormal. So as an example, we had an AC bus 1 fault, and that fault was sensed. So we had a checklist there with AC bus 1 fault in the ECAM. However, we also had a partial AC bus 2 fault. And the thing is that the AC bus system in the A320 has some parts to it that are not monitored by the flight warning computer. So it can happen that you have some failed system in the AC bus 2 section, but it's not shown and you don't have a checklist with that. Now, so we were flying along on departure, and we reached cruising level, and then, you know, so hit the first officer displays went dark. We had lots of AC bus 1 stuff failing, and it looked to me a lot like EMA ELEC. Now, EMA ELEC on a 320 is quite serious, all right, and it looked a lot like that, but not totally. So, Chichi, goodbye to you. Thanks for watching. Right, so, and I was already, I kind of, you know, thought, you know, this looks like, but I'm not going to say anything to the first officer yet because I don't want to prime him, because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my first thought is not correct. So I want to make sure that I get all the inputs from the first officer without priming him into my own belief, right?
Blackbox Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers
hey Airbus, how you doing? And Nicolas, thank you much.
Complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Thank you for the 2 months. That's really kind.
Why didn't you become an instructor?
Yeah, because I don't live at my home base, so I live far away from my home base, and because all the simulator training is at the home base, it would mean that I would have to be away from home a lot more, and so for me, that has always been a thing that I said no. It's for me, that's not worth it. And you have to realize that instructors, they work a lot more. So their duty plans are usually a lot tighter. They have to fly a lot more hours than the normal pilots, and also they have to study a lot more, right? Because if you're the instructor, whenever there's a change in regulations or, you know, in checklists, whatever, well, you're teaching that, so you have to know that, right? You don't have the luxury to not know something really, right? Initially, so you have to, you know, you have to be really, really upfront and make sure that you know, you always you you know, on your best game. So yeah, it was just a time investment that I've already decided for myself. No, that's not what I want to do. Now, coming back to our scenario, so we went through the procedures, and the first officer was a bit well, inexperienced, let's put it this way. So he didn't check the circuit breakers thoroughly enough. I had to have some discussions with him, and so, you know, we went through the checklists. And then we got to the status page. It was telling us a lot of number 2 systems failed, right? Which was a clear indication that something was wrong with the AC bus 2 system. And so we looked at the state, and I asked him, right, is there anything you see here you think is a bit weird, like you know, with the failed systems? And he was like, yeah, a lot of number 2 systems failed. And it's like, yeah. Do you know maybe why that's the case? And he said, no idea. I said, well, okay, so I'll tell you that maybe I think it's because part of the AC bus 2 system has failed, right? And one of the things that happened was my EFB went dead, right? So my EFB, so my docking station, everything was dead. So I had no means of being able to get my EFB working. So I was only able to use the or see the EFB on the FO side, right? So he said, oh yeah, that could be the case, right? So we looked at the checklist. So we have a manual where we can call up AC bus 2 checklist as well, and there in the status information, yeah, it had pretty much identical things in there. So that was under the fact-finding part, right? So we were collecting facts, trying to figure out what systems have failed and how that would influence our landing performance, for example. And if there's anything else we would have to consider. Hey, Uzi, greetings. So we finished the checklist, and then we came to the fact-finding in a sense of, okay, so what options do we have, right? So what runway do we need? How much runway length do we need for landing? And so I asked him, okay, so how would you calculate that failure? And he was like, let me see. Okay, let's select AC bus 1 fault and AC bus 2. Oh, I can't do that. That's weird. So shall we do AC bus 1 calculation and then we do a separate calculation with AC bus 2? And I'm like, doesn't make sense to me. We're trying to work out the safest kind of course of action. So I said, you have no other idea? No, I said, okay, so what do you think about calculating with Emir Elek? Because that you can select as an abnormal in the landing calculator. And he was, oh yeah, good idea. So I saw him put everything in, he calculated it, and we got landing distance, and I knew it's going to be around 2,600, 2,700 meters, right? It's usually never ever longer than that, right? On a wet or dry runway. So I was aware of that. So he got a result, let's say 2,600 meters, right? And so I was happy with that. And then we said, okay, so we need that. We need maybe max crosswind 15 knots. Runway length minimum 2,600 meters. Cat 1 capabilities, so ceiling not lower than 200 feet. Visibility not lower than 550 meters, whatever, right? So we had our list of requirements, and then we got the weather from all the airports around us, and then we're just south of Hanover, and we were supposed to go to Hamburg, right? So I asked him, okay, so what's your thought? What's your favorite airport to land at with this, given the condition? And he said, well, we're so close to Hamburg, we might as well go to Hamburg now. And for me, I said, no, I want to go and land immediately in Hanover, right? So I said, well, personally, I would prefer Hanover. And he said, oh, why? I said, well, because it's such a heavy electrical abnormal, maybe something smoldering. Maybe we have even a little fire in the electronic compartment somewhere. Meaning that if we fly longer than necessary, maybe, we're going to lose some more systems, all right? So for me personally, I want to descend now, land ASAP in Hanover. And he said, yeah, okay, I can live with that. That's fine. Okay, good. Right, so we got the clearance to go to Hanover. So we landed, and the instructor was overall happy with what we did. However, he criticized me for not calculating the landing performance myself. And I was like, well, my EFB wasn't working, right? So I couldn't. And he said, well, you could have gotten your own personal device. And I'm like, yeah, but that means right now would have meant I would have had to get up out of my seat, get to my case and get my, and I said, well, I looked at what he calculated. I saw every input he did. And so that's good. And I know from experience that from knowledge that you do not get anything more than like 2,800 meters. And so for me, that's just a waste of time, right? And we had an abnormal that needed a somewhat quicker decision to do, right? So I disagree with him on that. And well, he wasn't happy with my opinion, right? So I said, okay, that's fine. I'll take your feedback, right? And that was it, right? So yeah, I would say I'm not always in agreement with an instructor on some things, but overall, of course, they're there to give you the the maximum, the best training. And so whatever they give you as a feedback, yeah, you know, you will take that feedback and grow on that for sure. Yeah, so Dennis, that's the thing, right? That's one of the things you have to be aware of. So, you know, you're going to try to utilize the maximum kind of knowledge performance or knowledge base that your first officer has. And it's always something you don't like to do as a captain. You don't like to overrule opinions and you know, solutions from your colleagues. But sometimes that is necessary, right? And in the end, I'm the commander. I'm the captain, right? I have the absolute authority, and as a first officer, you have to deal with that. You have to agree that. Now, as long as it's not, you know, obviously completely nonsense and dangerous, then the first officer will have to agree in the end, right? I'll give another example. While I was a first officer, I had a instructor that was very dominant. He was already asking lots of things in the briefing, you know, limitations, etc., etc. So he was already putting a lot of pressure on us as a crew, and that was a long time ago. I'm talking about 25 years ago, right? I was a very young FO, and I had a pretty young captain in the check ride with me, and I could feel that the captain was getting really nervous, and I always disliked that kind of setup, because if you're nervous, if you feel uncomfortable, then most likely you're not going to be able to give it your best performance, right? So I always disliked that, and so we went into the mission, and then I made a mistake. I don't remember exactly what I did, but the instructor actually shouted at me. And I was like, wow, okay, that's a bit much, right? And so I didn't say anything, right? Initially, I didn't say anything. And here comes now, let's put this as a funny story, okay? So we got into the low-vis operation, okay? So what happens normally, low-vis back then, it was always kind of the same thing. So low-vis means you do a takeoff, and then you have to do an RTO. So the captain has to do an RTO, okay? That was like standard back then, okay? So because the captain was a bit under stress, obviously, he was really concentrating on the takeoff, right? And so I said, 80 knots. And there was no reply, right? And as luck has it, a couple of days prior, I had a sim mission with 2 check captains, and the topic was RTO. And so I was really seeing all kinds of really, really interesting RTOs. And since they were check captains, they really gave themselves some really hefty RTO scenarios, okay? So that was really impressive for me, right? And then they said, at some point, they said, hey, you want to do an RTO? And I'm like, well, but the first officers usually don't do RTOs. But they said, well, what if the captain becomes incapacitated? Then I said, well, normally we would continue the takeoff, right? Because, again, we don't practice RTO. And then they convinced me, just try an RTO, just, you know, see how it's like from the first officer side. I was like, okay. And so I did an RTO, and it was okay. I did well. I mean, there's not really that much to do, right? You just land the thrust levers to idle, and then if you're above, let's say, 74 knots or 80 knots, whatever the limitation is for the auto brake, the auto brake kicks in, you apply reverse thrust, you maintain the runway track, right? Stay on the runway, stop the aircraft, set the parking brake, job done, okay? So I did. So, you know, I did one RTO, and it was all right. Okay, so back to the actual check ride then. Okay, so then I called at 80 knots, and there was no reply. And then I said, hey, 90 knots. Read it out. I said, 90 knots. And I just saw him look at the instruments, but he wasn't replying. And I was like, oh man, maybe they made a connection there and he got told to play incapacitated, right? I didn't know, right? And for me, since 2 call-outs, there was no reply. For me, he was incapacitated. So I decided I have control. So I took over thrust levers and the yoke, right? Control. And my mental mind was, I'm going to continue. Now here's the problem. If you blow V1 and you have an engine failure, you have to abort the takeoff. You have to. All right? Everything else is dangerous, right? It's just a fact. You have to abort the takeoff. And so that's what I did. I got a fire warning, right? An engine failure, fire warning, both at the same time. Stop, right? And just like, you know, the prior week, put the thrust levers into the idle, right? Applied reverse thrust, auto brake kicked in, stopped the aircraft. I mean, it was Frankfurt, right? 4-kilometer runway, no problem. Even though it was a bit foggy, but still, we had 200 meters RVR, no problem, right? So, yeah, I stopped the aircraft, set the parking brake, and I was like, oh, all right, cool stuff. I'm so good, right? I was like, and I looked at my instructor, and he was like, he looked at me with big eyes, and he asked me, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? He said, what are you doing? I said, well, I had to do the RTO because it was incapacitation. And so the instructor, he didn't tell the captain to be incapacitated, right? So he was like really confused. He was like, well, I've never seen that before, that the first officer aborts a takeoff. And I'm like, oh, so that wasn't scripted. And he said, no, right? So, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, okay, now I failed that check right. So I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. And then I asked the captain, I said, hey, did you hear me call out the speeds? And he said, no, I was so concentrating on the takeoff, I didn't hear you say the speeds. And I said, well, the second time I said it really loud, he didn't hear them. So what happened really was that he was so concentrating, so he's like in a tunnel, and you know when you're under stress, the first thing that goes is your hearing, right? And so I was like, man, right? So I wasn't happy with that situation in the end, right? So we got into debriefing, and I mean the check captain was cool guy, so we talked about it, and I said, you know, may I give you a feedback? And he said, yeah, sure. What? I said, look, your briefing was very strict, and I can only talk for myself now, but I felt really uncomfortable with that briefing, because it just made me feel so tense, right? And I had a feeling that I couldn't really give it my best, right? I was always worried I'm going to do something wrong in the sim mission. And the captain, he said, yeah, you're right. I felt the same. For me personally, I was really, really tense and yeah, kind of shied a little bit, you know, to make, you know, to give it my best performance, right? So the check captain was actually surprised to get that kind of feedback, right? And but he said, hey, cool guys, thanks for the feedback. I didn't realize that the way I did my briefing and the way that I acted in the simulator actually caused that much stress on you guys. And so he said, thank you, I'll take that feedback, and you know, I'll try to do better next time. And so I thought that was really cool. So that gives you that kind of idea or the impression that you know, feedback is extremely important, right? Not just for us pilots, but also for the check captains. And yeah, so, but for me that showed me, and he actually said as well to me, he said, hey, I appreciate you speaking up, right? Because in the end, I could have stayed quiet. I could have said, okay, you know, next time I'll fly with someone else, you know, and you know, I'll just take this as it is, and you know, don't worry about it. No, but that made me feel, yeah, even more confident than to give feedback. No, I didn't check. No, I didn't fail. No. And he even said that. So in the end, so I said, okay, so do you think really that I behaved in the wrong manner? Because if I if it's a low-vis takeoff, if I do 2 call-outs and there's no reply from the captain, don't you agree that I should assume that he's incapacitated for whatever means? And he said, well, yeah, I mean, in principle, you are correct, but you have to be careful with that because, in such an environment, taking over control, so you have to be really, really sure that he is incapacitated, right? No, that's a check ride in a simulator, Airbus. Yeah. Yeah, so Pilot 19, I talked about that in the German stream as well. I said, if there's one thing that I'm really, really grateful for is our training captains, our instructors. The amount of knowledge that they were able to give me over time, and the way they, not just knowledge, but also the kind of the soft skills, right? It has always been absolutely tremendous. So every time that I've been in a simulator or a check ride on, on the real aircraft, I've always had the feeling that, man, I've learned something new. All right? So these check captains that we have, and there's really, I mean, there are maybe some really, really rare exceptions, but overall, like 99% are really fantastic people. And I know that they're selected very carefully, right? So when you apply to become an instructor, you go through a special selection process, and the rules there are very strict. So yeah. Hey Jehu, good evening. Nicolas, yeah, you have your call-outs, right? So the call-outs, the speed call-out is obviously to check your instruments for one, but also it's an incapacitation call-out. The thing is that the instructor was just so startled because it happened to him the first time as well that the captain didn't reply in all those scenarios. So that was a new thing for him as well that he had. And then obviously a new thing that the co-pilot aborts the takeoff. No, so that's a good question, Mark. For me, one thing though is that while the atmosphere in the check ride is very calm and positive, it's also very professional. And so if you make a mistake, or if if there's something you don't know, you will be told. And if it's something you should know, then they will tell you, hey, that's something you should know. Maybe it's time for you to study a bit more. Go back to your books and read up on that again. You will be told. So honestly, I think that mostly... Oh, we're already at Spesa. What? You're joking? 2 hours gone. What? Blimey, that went fast. Wow, okay. We've got to prepare. We've got to send everything. What time is it? Oh, 10 o'clock. Is Frankfurt still online? Tower Frankfurt, yeah, just online. Okay. Yeah, top descent, cargo guy, right? Let's descend here. Blimey. Right, let's go 250 initially. Piloting, you did a mistake. You had TCAS RA, but read to climb RA, and I forgot to put the climb. Yeah, okay. But then again, Pilot 19 is you learn from that, right? I mean, everyone makes a mistake here and there, and then you just you gotta hurry up for the return flight. No. Yeah. So Mark, again, I don't think that the level of requirements is being lowered, so the quality is being lowered. Yeah, I don't think that's the case now. I think that would be a dangerous kind of action. Jehu, apparently in the latest experimental build, they have tuned those. I'm not sure if they're tuned here, but oh, break to vacate. Yeah, we got. Let's prepare, guys. Yeah, interesting topics, right? So break to vacate. Okay. Now we're gonna land 07. Let me just check the ATIS. So we have Frankfurt. Man, there's so much ATIS online. Frankfurt. Oh, you're joking.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box.
I don't have Frankfurt ATIS anymore.
Experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class?
Marvin, thank you very much for joining the community.
Snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served.
Marvin, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Big round of applause for that. Thank you for support, Marvin. Much appreciated. Hey, Ted. Hello. How are you doing? Let's go. Constraints are in. So if you want to vacate Mike 9er or Mike 13, yeah, let's do Mike 13, 2,150. All right, so let's put this to Zoom. Dankeschön, Siebas. I don't know yet. I don't know yet what the first flight will be. Let's go down 110. Actually, let's go with open descent. So open descent 110. Right, let's go with airport select. Let's do Frankfurt. Display airport. Oh, hang on. OANS, disregard. Hold on. I've got to set that back, don't I? Sim options. There we go.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Guten Abend.
And plan mode. Okay, there we go. Now we can go out a bit. Guten Abend. Thank you so much, Beerline as well. Thank you so much for the 2 months.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Right, so I've got to select 7 right. This one here. And then let's zoom in on Mike 13.
Nice to be back.
Thank you so much. Also to Zivas. Thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. Much appreciated. Right, so can I select this one here? Mike 13. There we go. So that's the selected. Right. Anything else I need to do regarding break to vacate? Apart from go to break to vacate? That should be good, right? Add cross, add flags. Now we have to go. I've got a contact approach. Oh, there we go. 25355. Frankfurt, hello from Lufthansa 711, passing 225, descending 110.
Faster readback Air France 6715. Hi, let's hear some right information. Echo Air France 715. Lufthansa 711 Super, Long Radar, good evening. Identifies, please be advised, it's never a good idea to appear at flight level 360 overhead the destination. Information echo is current, expect ILS 07 right, and turn now left heading 07.
Yeah, that is understood. Apologies for that. We're turning a second left heading
heading 070 and stop your descent, flight level 130.
Yeah, heading 070 and stop descent 130, Lufthansa 711. Super. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. Oh man, we got carried away so much with the discussion there. Right, everything good with the brake to vacate? Is that good enough now?
Lufthansa 7 Mike Papa, descend 4,000 feet, Greenwich 1028.
Descend 4,000, Greenwich 1028, Mike Papa.
Swiss 209 on
And there's a couple of questions I haven't answered yet. Sorry guys. I have to concentrate on flying. I'm going to be told off here, so let's concentrate.
Mike Papa, speed 220.
Let's prepare for the approach real quickly. So brake to vacate. Yeah, we have that here, so that should work.
220 knots and 12050. 118505. Lufthansa Mike Papa. Tschüss.
Lufthansa 01 Foxtrot Romeo, descend 4,000.
Yeah, so one thing I got confused with, there's no ATIS, so I actually thought they logged off. So the only thing I saw was Frankfurt Tower online. I didn't think that approached online, so anyways, let's do Frankfurt.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Juliet, descend flight level 900.
Descend flight level 900, 3 Yankee Juliet.
Yeah. Air France 6715, descend flight level 110, rate of descent 3,000 feet per minute.
Approach, let's do ILS 7.
Flight level 110 and be straight of descent 3,000 for Air France 675.
There we go, let's do 7 right, ILS. We can get radar vectors.
Lufthansa 01 Foxtrot Romeo.
So the minimum is 530. So we go performance.
Speedbird 5 to Yankee Heavy, long and radar. Good evening. Identified info echo. Expect ILS 07 right.
Approach. There we go. Approach.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo, descend flight level 130.
So we have 070 at 8. At 8.
Lufthansa 239, proceed
Temperature is 2. QNH is 1028. Hey, it's Oleg. Oh, it's loud. Ouch. We'll do config. Shall we do? Yeah, we'll do config full, right? I think that's better. 130. The A380 is doing well. I do feel it's a bit heavy on performance though. So that is in, and the minimum bar row was 570, wasn't it? Oh, dang it, 540. Actually 530. Yeah, Delta as well. So we are Delta aircraft, so 530 is in. Cool.
Lufthansa Cargo 801 for heavy, cleared Baby 1 Charlie arrival, descend flight level 110.
Right, so at this approach, we'll take the 07 right, because we can't take the left.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo.
So 4,000 at 11.6 ILS, we'll go down. 3-degree profile, minimum 530, missed approach 675, 278, and then to 5,000 feet, max to 20 knots. And we go direct to Fox Kilo Sierra.
Descending flight level 80, 3 Yankee Juliet.
Lufthansa 239, turn left heading 250.
So there we go. You can turn on the Owens performance thing back on if you want. Yeah, I've done that, Bruno. Yeah. Oh, back off again, you mean? Hang on.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo, speed 230 knots.
Speed 230 knots, Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Juliet, speed 250 knots, operator.
But that is, yeah, that is on, right? So you mean that as it is?
250 operator, 3 Yankee Juliet.
Air France 6715.
Isle of Concord, well, the control is now separating, so
Flight level 140.
as far as I'm concerned,
South descent flight level 140 and weight 360 Air France 6705.
Lufthansa 711 Super, turn left heading 360, descend flight level 80.
left heading 360 and descent level 80, Lufthansa 711 Super. So, thrust idle of descent. Is it disabled or enabled?
Confirm echoes on board and expect 07 right.
Data Oscar Papa Lima, info Alpha is on board, expecting IS 07 right.
But now it offloads it, correct? Okay, so now, since I am using it, it should be there, correct? All right. All right, let's do that. Cool.
Yeah, Delta Papa Lima, that is confirmed Alpha.
Ay.
Danke.
Have to admit, I'm a bit embarrassed coming in here so high. Speed back 220, Lufthansa 711 Super.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo, descend flight level 900.
220.
Descend 900, Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo.
Air France 6715 heavy, speed 220, descend flight level 100.
Well, the thing is, so James, the thing is that I saw the top descent error, right? So I did see that. The thing is, that was obviously not correct, right? So I was relying on the top descent error. And so I thought I was good, and then I saw the. And then I saw that the airport was a lot closer.
711 Super, turn left heading 250.
Left heading 250, Lufthansa 711 Super. So I thought, oops, we're a bit high. And then I thought, well, it's not a problem because there's no control online. There's only tower online. So I thought, no problem. But I was wrong. Now, there's one more thing, though. Guys, is there a setting, audio setting? Because I'm not hearing the audio for the...
Right heading 180, Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo.
Air France 6715, turn right heading 150.
We're not being pinged anymore.
Right turn 150, Air France 600.
12 o'clock.
Speedbird 52, Yankee.
Is that you then?
Descend flight level 80.
Not sure the lights are flickering.
4 Sierra Heavy, you are cleared for MPAX 5 Charlie arrival. Descend flight level 100.
MPAX 5 Charlie arrival, descend flight level 100, KLM Point 0.
But where is that?
Lufthansa 239er, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Where is that setting then? Miscellaneous? Audio?
QNH 1028, stay in the flight level 2.
Descend 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Lufthansa 239, okay.
That's all active, so I don't know, I did not change anything in that regard.
Direction DF1201.
Swiss 1 Total Alpha, long and radar, good evening, identified, climb flight level 13.
Oh, it's performance limitations, okay.
Climb flight level 130, 6122 Bravo. Alpha, sorry.
The engine, the Microsoft engine light is limit, okay. How silly is that? So, how can I switch off the cabin lights or something? Is that something I can do to help that situation?
Air France 6715, stop descent flight level 130.
Let's try that.
Still descent flight level 130, Air France 615.
Lufthansa 239er, contact arrival 118.
At star.
118505, Lufthansa 239er, ciao.
Now I've got to really concentrate. Hey, Dr. Fred.
Lufthansa 1, Charlie, Foxtrot, long and radar, good evening, identified, info echo, expect ILS 0.
You had the same problem with the ping? Okay, that's good to know. maybe I don't know. It doesn't say that I need to update the software, so.
1228, 22 Alpha.
KLM 48 Sierra Heavy, you're not following the MPAX 5 Charlie arrival. Are you able to do that?
But he's nice.
KLM 5
I like him.
Yes, I'm seeing. Yeah, it wasn't properly entered. I can return back en route.
KLM 48 Sierra Heavy, let's proceed direct Delta Foxtrot 635 now.
KLM 48 Sierra did not copy. Can you repeat that, please?
KLM 48 Sierra, direct Delta Foxtrot 635.
Now, up to now, though, the FPS is smooth. So the sim runs smooth at the moment.
Direct Delta Foxtrot 635, flight level 80, KLM 48.
Even though there's lots of traffic and Aerosoft Frankfurt, always very intensive, isn't it?
Air France 6715 Heavy, turn left heading 350.
Left turn 350, Air France 6715.
Lufthansa Cargo 8014 Heavy, speed 220, descend flight level 8.
Done that. So we're going to activate the approach phase here, confirm, and then on
Delta Papa Lima, descend flight level 1.
nav 8.
Descend level 100, Delta Papa Lima.
Yeah, we'll take Fox Mike as well. Cool. Right, then we're going to put the LS keys on. So we have India Fox Sierra Echo identified.
4,000 feet to an 8.
And then let's read the checklist.
Speedbird 52 Yankee Heavy.
So approach checklists, borrow. Oh, hang on, can't do that yet. Because I set QNH first of all.
Lufthansa 1 Tango Kilo, turn left heading 350.
Left heading 350.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Juliet, contact arrival 118.505, Golden only.
118.505, thank you.
Lufthansa 526, passing 2000, 4000.
Oh really? They activate automatically?
52 Yankee Heavy, speed 230.
Oh, that's cool. So when you press the approach button, and you haven't switched on the LS keys, they come on automatically. That's cool. Very nice.
Flight level 70, Lufthansa 506.
KLM 48 Sierra Heavy, speed 220.
Speed 220, KLM 50.
So I'm departing 18.
Air France 6715.
That's why you always leave at 80 up here.
Flight simulator, Air France 6715.
So that if any aircraft climbs very quickly, that they don't get into TCAS conflict with you. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so I'm going to turn these off. And then later, when we get the approach page,
711 Super, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Descending 4,000 feet on the QNH 1028, Lufthansa 711 Super.
Lufthansa 506 Heavy, climb flight level 1.
There we go, 1028 is set. So we have thrust idle up descent, out blue 4,000, and now we can read the checklist. Approach checklist. Bar row ref 1028 checked. A minimum bar row 530 feet. Auto brake. Brake to vacate. Approach checklist complete.
Lufthansa 711 Super, contact arrival 118.505, Golden only.
18505, Golden only. Dankeschön nochmal, die Lufthansa 711 Heavy, bye.
Lufthansa Cargo 8.
He's not happy. Direkten Abend, die Lufthansa 711 Super.
Lufthansa 711, Arrival, guten Abend.
Lufthansa 239, rise 040.
Oh, dear, dear. Alrighty.
Lufthansa 239, turn right 040, PDLS 73.
Flight plan. Let's see. Can we do... Let's see, flight plan. So if you go direct to... And then it's going to be... Let's have a look. Can we do 660? And then course out? Ah, okay, that doesn't work yet. Blocked.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Juliet, turn right, heading 340 immediately for traffic.
340, right.
Ah, okay, so they're working on it. Okay, cool.
Lufthansa 239, turn right, heading 330, right turn. We're heading for traffic if you turn left, turn right.
Heading 330, turn right, Lufthansa 229.
Lufthansa 3 Yankee Juliet, expect Delta Foxtrot 652.
Now I've got to be careful. Got to pull heading straight away.
There we go.
I'm going to get some sequence in that. On the fire extinguisher? No, I don't know. I have a feeling something bad happens if I do that. Look at that. It's still extremely busy.
652, KDS to 07 right. 3 Yankee Juliet.
I see. If you tell me that on the ground later, I'll do that on the ground, okay? I have a feeling that I may break something. And I'm already... I think I have a first negative mark here on Frankfurt approach, so I don't want to push my luck. Okay. I have a feeling that if you leave the logo light in auto, they come on with flaps or slats being extended, correct? Okay, nothing bad happens. It's just a teddy bear comes on. Okay, so let me have a look. Hold on. Right. So this one here. Which one then? It is the slats, right? They're left on the top.
Lufthansa 711, turn right, heading 340.
Right, 340, Lufthansa 711, super. Right, 340. Right. Yeah, easy, I have to concentrate now, sorry. I don't want to mess up the approach. I mean, I messed it up already, so... Oh, dear.
Lufthansa 711, direct Delta Foxtrot 652, clear ILS 7 right.
Direct Delta Fox 652, clear the LS7 right, Lufthansa 711. So that's good. So direct to...
Good evening.
652, insert, nav. Okay, so as Bruno said, if you forget to put on the LS keys, so the ILS indication... Ouch! Jesus! What is that? Yeah, he's got numbers to call, yeah. Quite rightly so. So now, we don't have the LS keys on, but if we press the approach button, they should come on automatically. Magic. Yeah, perfect. So now we have Glide Blue, Lock Blue, Cat 3 Dual, Autopilot 1+2. Yeah, that was the altitude warning horn, right? On the 737. Blimey, that was loud. Someone tell him, please.
Speed 190 knots or greater.
190 or greater, Lufthansa 711. Is it 320? Someone needs to tell him. Lockstar. Tower is on 1878. Pre-selected. So 190 or more. Here's descent point, 4 miles. So I'm going to put, let's put 200 knots here initially, so we can put the flaps out. Beautiful. Now in A380, I have to flare a bit earlier than normal. Got to remember that.
Arrival, good evening.
Are they really? They're expanding the network? Nice. Flaps 1. Speed is checked. Flaps 1. Oh yeah, and now we look outside, and there we go. Logo light comes on. Beautiful.
Lufthansa 239, maintain 170 knots, still 5 miles final. Maintain 170 knots, still 5 miles final, Lufthansa 239.
Oh, that's the descent point, disregard. I thought that was the descent point, that's there.
Okay, then for Sierra, start the descent altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Yeah, here on 7 right, there is no swing over to 7 center. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 350, absolutely. Yeah. Glad Slope is alive. Definitely looking forward to it.
Okay, then for Sierra, stop the descent at 5,000.
Kevin for Sierra, 5,000 feet.
Seatbelt 5 to Yankee, expedite descent to 4,000 feet, turn right, heading 280.
So flaps to 220 knots. So I'm going to go to 190.
280 right turn.
And then we go flaps 2, speed check, flaps 2.
Seatbelt 5 to Yankee, 280 heading right turn.
Right, 280 is reversing,
Lufthansa 711, 170 knots or greater till 5 miles, tower 11878.
170 to 5 and 1878. Dankeschön, tschüss, Lufthansa 711. Frankfurt Tower, gute wie, Lufthansa 711, super, ILS 7 right.
Lufthansa 711, Tower, hello.
Light slope, start.
118.
Missed approach, 5,000 sets.
60 degrees, 8 knots, 07 left, clear to land.
Runway 07 left, clear to land, Postman 186, Sri Lanka.
So, 170 or more until 5.
121, decimal 855.
11855, for American 241.
Lufthansa 31 Papa, wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 07 center, clear for takeoff.
07 center, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 31 Papa, danke.
Postman 5 Yankee Victor on the bridge, apron 121, 855, tschüss.
Postman 5 Yankee Wing.
Yeah, that's typical. Autopilot coming off the moment that auto thrust, come on.
2,500.
Gears checked. Gears coming down.
Postman 10, correction, Postman 186, right turn on Papa, Papa 1, hold short of whiskey.
Right turn on to Papa, Papa 1, short of whiskey, Postman 186.
Elmore Rider, ah, nice, very good. Toastbrot, hello. So there we go on 5, and now we go speed managed.
On the runway, wind 060
flaps
degrees.
3, speed check, flaps 3. And flaps 4, speed check, flaps 4. Spoilers armed.
Frankfurt Tower, Lufthansa 59, guten Abend. Establish on localizer, ILS runway 07 right.
Many flights.
239, hello. Lufthansa, Yankee Juliet, taxi via Mike 8, full short, category 2 holding point.
Landing checklist.
Mike 8, holding short, category 2, Trinket jet.
Landing no blue.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Echo, ILS 07 left.
4 Whiskey Echo, hello, clear to land, 07 left, wind 060 degrees 8 knots.
Checklist complete.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Echo, runway 07 left, clear to land.
Minus 400.
Time on the runway.
Are you sure? I'm gonna flare like in 100 feet or something. Checked.
7 Papa Yankee, hello.
Good evening, Shamrock 65 Alpha, also 07 left.
Shamrock 65 Alpha, apron, question tower, hello.
For us, we have manual flight manual.
711, wind 060 degrees 8 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
7 right, cleared land, Lufthansa 711.
Lufthansa, correction, Postman 186 on the bridge zum Apron, 121855, tschüss, schön Feierabend.
On the bridge, 121855, danke fürs Lotsen, schönes Wochenende, tschüss.
Speedboat 908, if you're on the frequency, it will be late current. Speedboat 908, it will be late current.
So it's quite sensitive in the pitch axis.
Lufthansa 4, Whiskey Echo, taxi, Papa, hold short of November 11.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Echo via Papa, hold short November 11.
Speedbird 908, traffic is vacating, wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 07 left, clear to land.
Minimum.
Continue. Nice. Finally a glide slope and PAPI lights that somewhat match, which is nice to see.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10,
So 131 Papa, contact radar 136, decimal 130.
Radar 136, 130, Lufthansa 31 Papa.
Right. Derotation, nice. And we have spoilers and reverse. So now brake to vacate, Mike 13. That should be
60 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
the next one then, right?
Clear for takeoff, runway 18, Lake Condor 551, and we are rolling.
Lufthansa 7, Papa Yankee.
Oh no, that's Mike 15. So I'm just leaving the brake in. So the next one is Mike 13. Perfect. Right, manual brakes. Let's get off the runway. Auto brake off.
Cross 07 center, left hand.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Lima, hold short November 4.
Tower, good evening. Speedbird Flight Aviation.
Speedbird, hello. Lufthansa 711, taxi Mike 8, hold short of category 2 holding point.
Thanks, Mike. Mike 8 holding short, category 2, 7 center, Lufthansa 711.
Speedbird 908, taxi Papa, hold short of November 11.
Taxi Papa, hold short of November 11.
Yeah, people were predicting minus 400, so I pulled a lot earlier. Hey, Boo Andrew. So Mike 8 should be down the road there a bit.
Lufthansa 239, wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 07 right, clear to land.
Let's do the after landings. Spoilers in, flaps up.
Condor 551 identified. Contact radar 136, decimal 130, tschüss.
Strobes off.
Contact radar 136, decimal 130, Condor 551, thanks, see ya.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Echo, contact apron 121, decimal 855.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Echo 121, decimal 855, John.
Survive. TCAS standby. Fantastic, cool. APU. Yeah, let's start the APU.
Remember 6 Juliet, Tango,
It was auto land. No, it was not.
7, Yankee 5, Sierra.
Taxi via Yankee.
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting really high up. That's true. That is true.
Tower, guten Abend, Tower 1707 left, Lufthansa, 9 X-ray Victor.
9 X-ray Victor, hello.
So Mike 10, and we should then have Mike 8. And he said hold short cat 2 holding point. Really important here.
Line up 18.
I keep saying survive, right? Yeah, no surveillance.
Papa, hold short of November 11.
Papa, hold short November 11, Channel 65 Alpha.
Lufthansa 7, Papa Yankee.
Also, what you notice is that when you taxi along, you taxi very fast. You don't realize if you're sitting in that
Lufthansa
flight.
711, cross 07 center, left turn on Lima, hold short of November 4.
Cross 7 center, left Lima, and hold short November 4, Lufthansa 711. Cool. So we're allowed to cross.
With 005, no delay, wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
So we make sure that nobody is crossing our path. Runway is clear.
KLM 480 Tower, hello.
APU is available.
Lufthansa 711 zum A-Drin, 121.855. Schönen Feierabend, tschüss.
121.855, danke dir auch nachher, die Lufthansa 711. Yeah, very nice guy.
Lufthansa 7 Hello. Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, taxi.
Yeah, also you have to realize that normally they would only be staying on until
Lufthansa 239, taxi Mike,
10 o'clock.
Hold short of category 2.
But they made an exception again, working overtime.
1178, Lufthansa 220 Tango, ciao.
Apron Abend, gute, die Lufthansa 711, super. So hold short November 4.
711, Apron, good evening. Stand Alpha 66, taxi via Lima in November 8, hold short of November.
Via Lima, Alpha 8 and hold short November, die Lufthansa 711.
Fast, via Lima, November 8 and hold short November.
Ich wusste, irgendwas stimmt nicht. Lima hold short, November 8 and then hold short of November.
Parked on block stand Alpha 54 Lufthansa for Papa Alpha. Thanks for service, appreciated. Schönen Abend noch, tschüss.
Hey Copper, how you doing?
Thanks for flying.
requesting push and start stand 214.
Am I excited for the launch of the A350? Yes, I am. The thing is, normally I'm a bit skeptical if things get hyped too much. But I mean, from what I've seen right now, I would say it will be a good add-on. But again, I'd rather try myself and not become too excited about it.
Apron, good evening, Shamrock 65 Alpha.
Shamrock 65 Alpha, Apron, good evening. Stand Victor 107, taxi via November, hold short off November 8.
Okay, Victor 107, November, hold short. Sorry, the hold short again.
So here, November 8.
Hold short off November 8.
Hold short November 8, Shamrock 65 Yankee.
Ground Lufthansa 5 Romeo Foxtrot radius taxi.
Bruno.
5 Romeo Foxtrot, runway 07 center, taxi via Lima, hold short off Lima 20.
Runway 07 center.
I have to say, FPS performance isn't actually bad.
Lufthansa 711, continue via November 8 to the gate.
November 8 to gate Alpha 66. Vielen Dank, schönen Abend, die Lufthansa 711.
Gleichfalls.
Lufthansa 61 hotel ready for taxi.
Another A380 there, beautiful.
Hotel, give way to the opposite company behind, taxi via November 7 and Lima, holding point runway 18.
Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, so Alpha
give
66.
Way to pass in traffic, then November 7 Lima to holding short, runway 18, Lufthansa 61 hotel.
November 225 Whiskey advise when ready to copy.
Nice blue lighting on the tower there.
Copy, November 225.
Yeah, be careful with the taxi lines. So we stay on the yellow line. So there's an orange line and there's a blue line for November 8, but we stay on the
climb to altitude 5,000 feet.
says that here as well, orange, blue.
Climb 5,000 via the Boca departure and squawk 1,000 November.
And 66 should be this one here.
Easy 35 Hotel India, taxi calling point runway 18 via November.
Runway 18 via November, easy 35 India.
November 225 Whiskey, request startup clearance.
November 225 Whiskey.
One thing I don't understand is I've tried so many things, but the VDGS is not showing for me.
Croatia 270 request startup, please.
Last station calling, sorry, second.
Croatia 270 for startup.
Croatia 27 Hotel, startup approved, report ready.
Startup approved, reporting ready, Croatia 27 Hotel.
Abraham, guten Abend, um Papa Lufthansa 9 X-ray Victor.
So 9 X-ray Victor, Abraham, hello, stand Alpha 16, taxi via November and November 7.
Alpha 16 November and November.
Stop here. Should be good.
Alpha, Shamrock 65 Alpha behind the Lufthansa 321.
So the thing is, so I think people have the wrong expectations when it comes to these graphics cards. So if you're not using frame generation, then even if you have a 4090, you're not going to have brilliant FPS.
November 225 Whiskey is
You
ready.
are currently parked at the wrong parking position.
I'm not. I'm not. A66.
225 Whiskey, Roger, taxi via Sierra 23, hold short of Romeo.
You are currently parked at the wrong parking position.
Sierra 23, hold short of Romeo, November 225 Whiskey.
Just disconnect from VATSIM. Let me just
You are currently parked at the wrong parking position. You are currently parked at the wrong parking position.
Yeah, then just warp me there. Doesn't work either. Okay, anyways. So we'll continue with the items here. So surveillance. Transponder standby. Engines are off. Dankeschön, James. Freut mich. Glad you enjoy the flight. Gonna have the seatbelts off. And then all of the fuel pumps off. Blimey, that's a lot of fuel pumps here. And let's do a parking checklist. Parking. We have park brake chocks, park brake set. Wing lights off. Fuel pumps. Fuel pumps aren't. Hang on. Did I forget one? No. Oh, the trim tank. Oh, there we go. Thank you. These all transfers. Fussel, danke schön fürs Zuschauen. Glad you enjoyed the flight. Right, okay, fuel pumps off, and then that's checklist complete. All good? Okay. If Bruno says all good, it's all good. Checklist complete. Fantastic. Right, so questions. Did I miss questions? Why do you never fly in Japan? That's a good question, Dr. Fred. Maybe we should. Yeah, you're right. Do your friends sometimes detect a bit of English accent? No, not really, no. German is a very, very kind of... It has a very strong dialect, doesn't it? So, no, my English accent doesn't come through the German, no. Oh, the extinguisher. Yeah, so I don't know. So again, guys, where is that click spot then on the extinguisher? So we're talking about this extinguisher, correct? So the extinguisher itself. I'm clicking everything. I don't see any click spots. Oh, that's a known bug with the fuel pumps. Okay, thank you. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Found it. There we are. Top right corner. So where's the teddy bear then? Hang on. It's supposed to be a glare shield, correct? Let's try that again. Hey, there he is. Very nice. Cool. Fantastic. Right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Lots of people, big interest today in the A380, so thanks so much for joining. And yeah, okay, so what do we learn? Don't get carried away with talking too much. Watch the descent error. Well, the thing is, that's something though, maybe the top descent is calculated wrong, or I don't know, there was a limitation missing. Yeah, I relied too much on the display with the top of descent there. That's my bad. I mean, it's on me. Don't get me wrong. It's my fault. But I rested assured that we're good with the descent profile. So, and then when I saw we were like only 60 miles from Frankfurt, I was like, oh, chapter 16. Oh, man, I don't know. It's so we try to improve for next time. Okay. Nico, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, Nico. So whenever I have something, you know, interesting that I can tell you guys, happy to do so. Trying to maybe even clear up some myths, you know, from time to time. But yeah, you know, overall the check rides. So hopefully I did get it across correctly. So the check rides, they are still something serious. So it's not like we go to simulator and just have fun. No, so the check rides are there exactly to check your knowledge, to check your abilities, check your performance, and of course, it all then means that you also learn more things. Right, that's the ideal outcome. So when you've done your simulator missions and you've shown a good performance, a good level of knowledge, and also you've been able to learn something new. And improve on your abilities, then that's exactly what it should be like. But still, I mean, you can still fail check rides. So it is a serious matter. Yeah. Thank you much, EC. You too. Nate, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, guys, have a nice weekend. I'll be back on Monday if you like Monday, and we'll see. I think Monday should be X-Plane time. I think we're going to go back to X-Plane and then see what we can do there.
Good night.
Hey, Captain A320, there he is. I didn't crash. Okay, well, but then again, I think you probably didn't watch my descent. I got told off by Frankfurt approach, quite rightly so. I mean, I wasn't level 300, right? I was only level 250 or something. But near Frankfurt, so, oh yeah, well, anyways. I got carried away. I was talking too much. As always. Guys, if you don't know Captain A320, I highly, highly recommend his streams on YouTube. Make sure you check out his channel. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, he does stream in German, but I think he will answer the odd question in English as well, if you have one. So, thank you much, Taylor West. As always, Taylor West, thanks for being here. And thanks for all your inputs, Taylor West. I always appreciate that. That's really, really cool. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, guys, stay safe, stay well, have a great weekend, and I'll see you again very, very soon. As always, guys, good night.